Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
One more day, just one day left. Championship Sunday here at the Bassmaster Elite at the mighty St. Lawrence River. But I think I can speak for a lot of people when I say I'm not sure we want it to end. So fantastic, so incredible has been the fishing over the first 3 days of competition, but end it must. We have a leader, a rookie, Shakir, on track to, with a win here, set some rookie achievement records. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but Davey Hyde, I got to tell you, everything has to come together to create a week like this, but also to win a tournament. As you well know, a lot of other things have to come together for you personally, and Shakir has still got some work to do.
He's definitely got some work to do, Tommy, and he said yesterday, it feels like I can do no wrong over 3 days. Well, he has one more day, and I hope it keeps going for him. But man, it has been unbelievable what he's been able to do. The young rookie out here holding off some, I guess, King Kong kind of fishermen for smallmouth bass around this area. The Johnson brothers, Greg Hackney. He has done a tremendous job. The weather has been perfect, and it looks like he's got a lot of confidence coming into today also.
We got a great top 10. We will be with each one of these anglers all day long, and they will be going for that prize today. We started with the full field of 90. We cut it to 47 after 2, and those are the 10. As they started today, and now the updated leaderboard. Shakir has maintained his place on top of that leaderboard, a streaking Shane Lehu. Terrible first day here. Terrible by the standards of fishing here with 18 pounds plus, but he has made some great moves throughout the course of this tournament. Of course, they started all within 5.5 pounds of each other. But man, oh man, nothing's safe out here. Nothing is guaranteed. As we go to our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, the mighty St. Lawrence River, over 100 miles of it, from Lake Ontario all the way downstream, and of course, the vast Lake Ontario.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy, and the St. Lawrence River is really good. We have fished the upper end, the lower end. It's the whole 100-mile stretch is a really good area to catch smallmouth bass, but the weather has been the big key this week, and it's allowed these anglers to fish out in the lake. A lot of the anglers staying close to the mouth, but looking at these pictures, these anglers are spread out about 30 miles, so it's a lot bigger than it actually looks right there. But you can tell that the mouth of the river right there where Lake Ontario comes into the St. Lawrence River has been the key area for Shakir, the Johnson brothers, Patrick Walters, Clark Wendlandt. You just keep on saying the top 10 has spent most of their fishing time right around the mouth of the river in the Lake Ontario.
Well, like so many great campaigns to win a tournament, it has started just about every day with a giant. For Shakir, we join him now, hooked up.
Oh, it's a freaking giant one. I can't grab him. Oh my God. Trey, it's a 6. Six-pounder.
That's incredible. Whether you're 23 years old or 63 years old, when you catch a 6-pounder on the final day of a Bassmaster Elite tournament, you have to kind of giggle like a teenager.
Oh, yeah. What a breathtaking place as we take a look at our Hummingbird bird's eye view, which has afforded us with the calm winds and the clear water, so many great views of exactly the environments that these fish are being caught in, how they're setting up, and just a great learning experience for all of us, I think, and especially these anglers here. We got 10 guys who have learned a lot about catching smallmouth during the course of this week.
They have, and listen to the weigh-in yesterday. I heard some anglers say, Seth Fighter for one, saying, I fished out in the lake yesterday for the first time ever because the weather has just been so great, and he said it's phenomenal. I'll definitely be back. But it's really opened up a lot of doors. You look at it, the Hummingbird bird's eye view. I've never seen this. I've talked to Mark Zona, who's fished there about 30 years. I have too, off and on. Never seen 4 days in a row where you can access any part of Lake Ontario.
And Ronnie Suits, the numbers have been incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot more life here today, and I'm hoping to capitalize on a little bit of a morning bite I had. I've got 2 in the box so far. 2 of the right ones anyways. And we'll see, hopefully I can, shoot, I just missed one there. Hopefully I can put 5 good ones in the box here, or at least a couple more, and just get the day rolling on a good start. Either way, it's a good start with those 2 good ones.
You mentioned it, Tommy, the numbers. Davey mentioned the lake. One big factor is how rough it was in practice with so many storms, a lot of wind. Some of these anglers who were in these areas in practice that maybe have gotten a taste of a bite or 2, they didn't really know the full capabilities of their spots. So when you get to calm conditions on a 4-day event, each day these anglers are able to learn much quicker because it is calm. You can navigate around. You end up stumbling upon a spot and you're like, I wish I was here for 7 hours and not 3 hours, but I'm glad I found it. And each day we see someone expand their pattern a little bit or have to adjust it because the fish are on the move.
Yeah. And when I mentioned 4 days in a row being able to access Lake Ontario, I've been there times where you could access Lake Ontario, but it may take you 2 hours to get your fishing location and 2 hours back, so you only got 4 hours to fish. These anglers have been able to fish basically 7 hours a day. That's a big, big factor there.
And even when it's rough and you can get out there, Davey, you said it, you might only have 4 hours to fish, but it's the most inefficient 4 hours you can be because you're not able to control your bait or present it the correct way. This week has been absolutely pristine.
Tommy mentioned the big bass. He had a bunch of heavy 5s on day 1 when he landed the second biggest bag at 26.13, 5.5 big on day 2, 25.8. Yesterday he had a 6.10 in his 24.10, a majority of his weight.
Wow. Phenomenal rookies, celebrated veterans in this field as well. One of them is this man right here, our 2020 Resident Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Clark Winley.
Just let the people know what kind of you're doing today to catch your group of fish you're doing.
Well, really what I'm fishing, there's just massive flats. Lake Ontario is just full of big giant flats, and on these flats, you know, after they spawn, what happens is they start sliding out deeper water. And so I'm just fishing a place that is more or less just a, you know, a point, I guess, more, you know, better than anything, is just out in, you know, a little bit deeper water from where they might spawn, and I'm just kind of working my way out that way. Catching them on a drop shot for the most part, and there's quite a few fish. I've caught 5. They're not real big, but
Talking to Clark a little last night, and he said the fish have really started to move just in the last few days. Both of the Johnson brothers said the same thing, that they would probably be fishing deeper today than they had been all week. Just those fish, just once they leave those spawning areas, they transition out, and they'll go from that 4 to 5 foot depth range all the way out to 30 just within about a week's time. A big key to how far they move and how quickly they move is the bait in the area, what they have available to feed on, and that's been huge for Jay Shakir, that there's been a lot of bait, and he said there was still a lot of bait there yesterday.
Why are they starting their motor right on
there
top
for
of
him.
them?
And the other factor for these fish that aren't bait related, they are spawn related. So they may be on the move
Well, we've
because
got
nature
2 decent fish in the
has
box, but
progressed.
Yes.
for today, they're not what we need. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, they're both four, just a touch over 4s, but in the big scheme of things, we need 5s. This one's a small one for sure. Gosh, there's so many with that fish. Hey, this one's not very big at all. Oh gosh, there's some good ones down there too. I'll need some big ones. I don't even want to put this one in the live well. How crazy is that? Come here, come here. Hey, you stick me with that hook. I mean, it's a good fish, but
it's all relative. You have to catch the largest 5, but we've seen a lot of days of tournament fishing where that fish would be
don't want that in there.
Precious.
I guess I'll put him in there for a little bit. Yeah, he's not even 3.5. I'm gonna put him in there for just a little while, but I'm gonna take him out.
There are single-digit lakes that you can count on your hand where a 3.5 is not welcomed, and it's talked down to.
Well, we've got a camera with him, but Shane Lehu told me that he had decided he would not put a fish under 4 pounds in his live well today.
Really?
I've never heard an angler say that.
I mean, there's a lot of fish here. There's a bunch of them right here where we're at. A bunch of them followed that out. That one out. I mean, a couple of them look big compared to that one.
Well, then we know his bass track is incorrect.
I think today's just going to be a game of numbers trying to.
So he's just sandbagging just a little bit.
But honestly, doesn't make a difference for some of these guys. He made a move from 69th into the top 10. He started the day in 9th. Nothing for him to lose. Only thing you can get trapped with is if one of those fish doesn't do, you hook them funny, or maybe they just react differently, and you're stuck with them the rest of the day.
And that's what happened to him yesterday.
There's Corey Johnston, Ontario, Canada. Definitely one of the favorites coming in here. That's one he doesn't particularly want to deal with right now at all.
No. His first fish of the day, though, we got to see it on Facebook Live. It was absolutely the right kind that he needs to make a comeback.
Yeah, so we're hitting a few shallow things here right now, and I'm not really sure how the day is going to play out. I'm just going to kind of go with what I think's right and go with what seems to be working. A lot of times in this slick, calm conditions, the fish want to be shallow, but at the same time, I know all these fish want to move out. Most of the guys, I'm sure, are catching them deep. But the possibility of a giant bag shallow is always there. We're just going to see how she goes here.
Touch on what Corey says there about the calm conditions. Fish want to be shallow. They can see and they love to just roam, and in those shallow flat areas when they have these conditions, you get a lot of waves and clouds, and that water gets stirred up, and they can't see as well and feed as well in those shallow flat areas as they can on days like today.
Sounded funny, Ronnie, but it's true what you said, having to make a comeback after catching 71 pounds of smallmouth over 3 days.
Yeah, exactly, and we'll get into some of those numbers, but literally, I texted Steve Wright, one of our Bassmaster writers who's on site. I said, absolutely unreal that Justin Atkins had 67.14 last year and entered the final day in 2nd place. Started the final day in 2nd place with 67.14. He caught 69 pounds and 4 ounces. And finished in 15th place this week. Didn't even get to go. He beat his weight last year by 2 pounds and got cut.
Yeah, that's incredible.
So yeah, like I was saying, it's going to take at least 23 a day to make the final day, not 20.
And for viewers that not like tournament fishing fans necessarily, those are just the biggest 5 each day. That's the biggest 15. There's anglers that caught 150, maybe 200 pounds of smallmouth and have to release all but the biggest 5. Just think about that.
We're in a peculiar situation, Tommy, because we've never had a final day with Chris and Corey Johnston. The local favorites have started this low in the top 10, so
catch a couple more and we're gonna keep moving.
If there's some fireworks today to be had, it might be from them.
Could very well be. Never want to take these guys off your radar.
Unless we get a big one, but get a lot of threes here.
I mentioned to Jay that, you know, the Johnston brothers are coming after you. They got a little chip on their shoulder because you're leading in their backyard. He said, well, maybe it'll be a little payback for when they come to Sturgeon Bay.
Yeah.
So they've fished against one another in tournaments. So.
They've taken plenty of Sturgeon Bay victories over the years.
And Jay has not forgot about it.
Yeah.
Two of the most celebrated in all of Canadian bass fishing history for sure. And just absolutely dominant figures, Chris and Corey Johnston, here on the St. Lawrence.
Chris was either so frustrated with his day or so excited that he made the cut and was fueling up his boat, but he missed the top 10 intro yesterday. It left the weigh-in. Probably thought he didn't have enough to make it and snuck into the top 10 and wasn't there for the intro, so everyone was asking, where's Chris? And I said, probably getting ready to try to catch 30 pounds in the final day somewhere.
Long and skinny. Not built like the usual one.
Chris Johnston on the board. We will be right back to the mighty St. Lawrence River in just a moment. Just getting started here. We got the better part of 3 hours of coverage coming your way here on Championship Sunday at the 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jay Shakir, the rookie. That's the big story as we look at it right now, trying to be the youngest rookie to ever win and also trying to break the century mark with smallmouth bass for the first time in Elite Series history. So many other stories to follow as well. And we have it all coming your way. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Hummingbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Craig Herrera, and here's the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite Series forecast. We're looking at the weather on the St. Lawrence River in Clayton, New York this weekend, and things look pretty good. Picture perfect, in fact, for catching some of those giant smallmouth bass. We're looking at highs in the mid-80s, a mix of sun and clouds, and some low humidity. Water temps in the mid-60s, and most importantly, there's almost no wind. So all of the anglers know they can get all of their favorite smallmouth spots that they want to get to. Hey, don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app and stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV devices.
Thank you so much, Craig Herrera from Fox Weather, giving us the story we want to hear. And we've heard it all week long, and that's one of the main reasons we've had such an incredible experience here. We can't overemphasize how perfect this week has been for the job at hand. The job at hand for these 10 anglers left today is to somehow separate yourself from 9 other great anglers on a terrific fishery. Not easy to do, and look at the man on top. We visited Stetson Blaylock a few minutes ago. He said he had 2 4-pounders in the boat and said, no good. Not what I'm looking for. You rarely hear that.
No, you almost never hear anglers say, I don't need 4-pounders, I've got to have something bigger. But that's been the case here this week, and you nailed it, Tommy. It's been the weather, but then also just a tremendous fishery we have. Lake Ontario to St. Lawrence River has been getting better and better for the last 25 years.
Another one of our great stories, Shane Lehu in the 60s, down in the 60s, weighing in the first day with a embarrassing for him 18 pounds plus, which would be pretty much great most everywhere else.
We've caught a few decent ones. I mean, it's crazy to say, but pretty average fish. We got 3 that'll average maybe 4 pounds at the most. It's been a little slow. I just missed one right here. This is kind of where I did my damage yesterday. I caught one big one here, and a couple just kind of on this line going down that bank there. There's a lot of big rocks and rock piles and things like that these fish are sitting on. I'm seeing a ton out here right now. They're being a little picky right now. But I'm just going to keep moving around all day and throw to the. I'm pretty much just live scoping all my fish. Throwing a flat nose minnow and a Berkeley Maxent Little General. So I'm just going to keep going back and forth between those 2 baits and seeing if we can't get some of these to bite. They've been a little hard to catch at times throughout the day, but this morning was pretty good, that first spot, but they weren't quite the size that I was hoping. They were actually a little smaller there than what they have been. Every fish I've caught there has been a 5.5, and today they were just 4-pounders. I hate to say that, but it's kind of the reality of it right now.
Shane Lehu, one of the anglers, has been fishing a little deeper than most. We've seen so many of the anglers up there. You can see the bottom, 3 to 5 feet of water. Shane has been fishing more than 15 to 20, 25 foot depth there. And it might be the reason he had that slower day the first day. More fish have really been moving out to him, so it's gotten better and better with the numbers. But just one of the few anglers I've talked to has spent all of his time out 15 feet or deeper.
Shane Lehu, a great comeback story within this tournament here. 27 pounds plus at the weigh-in yesterday, and he was elated.
Good one. He needs 24-14 to get in the cut. 27 pounds, 6 ounces. 27.6. And the baby shark rockets all the way to 6th place with 71 pounds, 12 ounces. Boom, shakalaka, giant bass.
Shane Lehu, another member of that, we talk about that celebrated rookie class of 2019 who are still overachieving out here.
Yes, and one thing he said yesterday, Davey, was that he is fishing a little deeper, but he said he threw that, he hadn't thrown it all week. It's been rigged up with that Berkeley Little General on like a Ned head,
yes,
which is a bottom bouncing bait. He throws it out to his fish. As it's dropping, the fish comes off the bottom of the lake in 20 feet of water and hits his bait 4 feet from the surface. They see a little, that's how good some of these fish eyes are with calm conditions. They saw that bait that far away, rocketed up, 6'10", helps anchor his 27-pound bag.
Even Shane Lehu for now, another guy who's bemoaning the 4-pounders in his life. Well, right now we get out to another fellow who had a tremendous day number 3. That is the veteran Chris Zaldain.
Oh my gosh. There's probably a bunch with it. There's 2 with it. Oh my gosh, dude. Unreal. Look at that one with it. It's a big one with it. I mean, it is like all you can eat 4-pounders here once you get them fired up. Watch this. Ooh, that one just jetted. That one just like spooked off. That was crazy.
Oh my gosh, he's checking out the boat. Look at it. He's like, where'd my buddy go? See that, Jake? It's so crazy. Like they swim around your boat like sharks. And what I mean by that, it's like they're not on the bottom. They're like right under your boat. Oh my gosh, he just chased it. Look at that, dude. Oh my. There he goes. Coming right up. Nah, he ain't that big. Ah. Just 3-pounder. I'll let him go. That one look bigger.
We talk about good signs of a great fishery. When you reel one to the boat and 3 or 4 follow him to the boat and you just pick up another rod and drop it down beside the boat, that's a great sign of a great fishery.
And when you don't have a limit in the live well and you throw back a keeper because you either see so many or you know you're going to catch more. And that's one thing we're shooting for, Tommy, this week. I have someone looking for me for stats on this, but I don't know if we've ever had an event where we've caught a limit every single day by every single angler possible. If all 10 catch 5 fish today, we will do that.
I didn't even think about that. That's
perfection. Yeah.
That is so improbable.
Someone always has a bad day. They break down, they don't make it back, they just lose fish, they just every time.
I don't remember one.
So you got your people looking for that?
I do, yes. And I will give them all the love if they find it out for sure. Greg Hackney lands one. He started the day in 3rd place. And David, we saw him give a little pat on the back to Jay Shakir at the stage. And I don't know if that was this
one showed up after those other.
A good, hey, congratulations on your first 3 days. I'm coming for you. Or, if it was a genuine kudos for Jay's performance. But he is not one you want behind you.
Greg Hackney, so incredibly consistent here, 24 pounds and change each of the first 3 days. He is on the board as well. There it is, Stetson Blaylock of Arkansas, the man on top of our leaderboard by ounces. Ahead of Jay Shakir, the rookie that started the day with the lead. Shane Lehu still continuing to move up the leaderboard. Clark Winlet, the veteran, in there. He said yesterday we didn't think he had enough to make the top 10, but he said, I got some surprises for you. And he surprised us in a good way. Paul Mueller fought his way back into the top 10 as well, and there they are side by side. The Johnston brothers, going to keep our eyes on them and everyone else in our top 10 today on Championship Sunday on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Tuesday, Judge, Otani, Machado, and the game's biggest stars are coming to the City of Stars for the Midsummer Classic. It's the 2022 All-Star Game from Dodger Stadium. Coverage begins Tuesday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Back out on the St. Lawrence River and here Lake Ontario. Let's get out to the man who started the day with the lead. He's just one off the lead right now. Jay Shakir, the rookie. Good start for him today, though, just as he has had each and every day.
He's fallen off the lead by just a little bit, like you mentioned, Tommy, but still only 2 fish in the live well, so a lot of room to grow. It's hard to understand how you can be better with 2 fish in your live well at this point in the day than with 5, but when you've got 2 that weigh 10 pounds, those are the ones that you don't have to necessarily be worried about culling during the day.
A 4.4 and a 6-pounder is what he has in the live well as it stands right now. Those are his 2.
Jay's using a Strike King half shell a lot on his drop shot. And Mark Zona's signature Lehu's rods, he mentioned to me.
Okay.
A little shout out to our friend there, Mark Zona. Lehu's custom light reel. 6 and 10 pound test line. That's why they have to take it so slow and easy and let the drag do the work for them. Not a 6 pounder, but certainly not a small one either.
Fizz these two quick.
Little fish care here. He's checking on those bigger fish he caught earlier, and he's gonna let a little air out of their bladder.
Which is something they can't physically do on their own, and oftentimes it happens catching them in deeper water, Davey, and then when they rush to the surface, when they're coming to the boat, sometimes they rush and jump, and that's an increase in air, but they can't release it on their own.
Very, very important to keep these fish alive and well. It's a 4-ounce penalty if you have a dead fish. We've seen many, many tournaments where 4 ounces decide winning or being in second place.
That fish should get out today.
Hopefully something to get excited about.
Get Shakir at over 91 pounds.
We're officially less than 10 pounds from the Century Club, which has never happened in the history of bass fishing. Not just Bassmaster, history of bass fishing. 4 days.
Somewhere between 3 and
20
6.
bass, 100 pounds, all small.
The usual, yeah.
And that's not just think about how many tournaments that is. I mean, who knows? But
looks like
that's also 23 trips to this fishery.
Yeah.
And it's never been done. I mean, it's it's not just because we all of a sudden finally came to Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence River. This is a special week.
And I will say,
tournament fishing.
You don't get many shots on goal with smallmouth places. We normally have 1 or 2 destinations a year, maybe 3 tops each season to maybe do that. We've had a couple events at Mille Lacs and St. Clair that have been 3 days that if they were 4, we were on pace for it. And so it's just a rarity.
The usual, 3.5 to 4. Come here, buddy.
Beautiful fish.
Decent fish, but unfortunately, still gotta get bigger here. A little bigger than the other ones.
Maybe 4?
Yeah, he's a 4.
Oh, looked like a 3. Yeah, that's all he is.
Leader Stetson Blaylock with one that likely not gonna be one to help his limit, but he'll go in anyway.
Come on. He won't give up. Still way out there. Man, they look like they're close to the tip of your rod, and then when you get them up here, they're like still 20 feet. Oh, that's a little bitty guy. I don't even think he's going in the box.
This just shows how tournament fishing is so different than just fun fishing, recreational fishing. You have a blast catching 4-pound smallmouth anytime with with your family, but in a tournament situation, Jay Shakir has caught less fish than most of these anglers this morning. But he's caught the right ones. That's what it's all about.
I've got 4, and that one's definitely not a 3-pounder. So to me, it doesn't make sense at 8:30, as good as they've been biting, to put one less than 3 pounds in the live well today. It just doesn't make sense to take that chance.
It's a second
Stetson's
angler.
done the math, and it's just that good. He's
Just
right.
throwing
It
back
just
3-pounders.
is that good.
Let's all get a limit so we have perfection before we start throwing fish back, guys. Come
Patrick
on
Walters
now.
warned us about that yesterday. Absolutely. Stetson Blaylock on top by ounces ahead of Jay Shakir, the rookie. Paul Mueller, who jumped up into the top 10 yesterday on the strength of a great day, coming in 3rd place right now, along with Shane Lehu, Clark Winlett, the Johnston brothers, and all the rest. 10 anglers out there shooting for 1 trophy at the end of Championship Sunday. We will be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Great to have you with us on this Sunday morning for some live bass fishing from the incredible St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. And I can tell you what we've been telling people all week, we have just never seen it this bountiful before. The conditions this perfect, the catching, so numerous big fish here. Get out on the water again. We got too much fish catching going on to stay off the water very long. Let's get out to our leader, Stetson Blaylock.
He had the 2nd biggest bag of the event, and he did so on day 2 of this tournament when he made his jump. A lot of these guys, like Zaldane and Lehu, made a jump yesterday. He made a jump on day 2 and has stayed there.
Holy smokes. Did you see that?
This one may be a bigger one.
Smallmouth fell out of the sky. You mentioned Shane. He told me that story about that big fish coming off the bottom yesterday, and he said it jumped eye level to him after it came off the bottom and ate his bait, only 4 feet.
Thing is, when you're up here shallow,
6'11".
You got to keep them out of those rocks too. Gosh, come on, fish.
So important to be patient here because you catch those 3-pounders that don't really help you, but this is one that you definitely need to put in the boat. So it's so important.
Don't think he's near as big as he's fighting.
Light line, small hooks.
No, he's not near as big as how he's fighting, that's for sure. He ain't hooked very good either. Oh, come here, fish. I can't get my hand on him. I got him. Yeah, dude, look at that, hooked on the outside of the mouth. Right on the, look at where the, that's crazy. That's why we throw back a 2-pounder right there. That's why we throw those little ones back. Gotta be close.
Football.
He's right at 4 for sure. Yep, right at it. Well, 4 pounders are, yeah, 4 pounders are awesome. Well, you need 5s though. Crazy deal, dude. What a place to fish. I mean, what a place to fish.
So close, within an ounce of one another, are almost co-leaders since it's unofficial right now. Stetson Blaylock and Jay Shakir, and that's our Mercury Dare to compare their days throughout this tournament.
Yeah, very, very similar. You see a couple of the days, or the weights, they just kind of flip-flop, I guess, is the best way to compare. Today they're close, obviously, but day one, Jay Shakir with that 26 pounds, 13 ounces, pulled out to a bigger lead, but then day 2 for Stetson Blaylock was the big day. That's when he had his biggest fish of the week, and said he actually had an opportunity to catch closer to 30 pounds. He lost a couple nice ones there, but just a great comparison there. And to see 91 pounds and 94 pounds with still most of the day left on day 4 is absolutely incredible. None of us dreamed this coming in this event.
And it's not like it's a surprise, like it's our first time here and we didn't know what to expect. We have had the 100-pound talks on our brain the last 6 or 7 times we've been here. But time of year, weather conditions in practice, we did not think it might line up for it. Maybe 90-something. Every year it's 90-something.
Oh, yeah.
But getting 100 is so difficult, and Jay Shakir, it's just a couple pounds from doing so.
Not a big one, but get a limit first. We got 4.
Here's a really neat story if you think about it, how tournament fishing, little things can change your whole tournament. Jay started in this area, but a little shallower on day 1. His best place that he found in practice. Only had 2 small fish in the live well at about 9:30 local time, which is, even after this time of day on day 1. Mm-hmm. And a fish chasing bait he heard out behind the boat and turned and looked and moved out to that deeper area, and that's where he has caught most of his fish in this tournament. Had he not heard that, had that fish not done that, there's so many little things that you need to pick up on and be aware of. I'm not saying that was luck on his part. It was smart for him to say, hey, that was a feeding smallmouth bass. I'm gonna go out a little farther. And he found that the school of fish and the bait had moved out just a little deeper. The off day of practice made a big, big difference. So,
yeah, he had a great run of heavy 5s, 5'11", 9, 8, and he needs a 5'11" to get to 100 pounds today right now. That's all he's left. He had a 6'10" yesterday.
That last fish, of course, went straight to the bottom line as it was still looking to fill his limit at that point, and he's now 2 pounds, 15 ounces ahead of Stetson Blaylock. He has caught some monsters, and they have made the difference. That is for sure. Jay Shakir getting it done here. Still got a lot of work to do, but so far he has definitely done the job of hooking the beast.
It's an absolute giant. I
gotta weigh it just to tell you guys what it weighs. 659. Look at the size of that one.
Hey everybody, Shane Lehu. We just wrapped up day 3 at the St. Lawrence River. 27.6 of smallmouth, including a 611. Probably the biggest smallmouth I'll ever catch and probably the biggest bag of smallmouth I'll ever catch. So started the event after day 1 in 69th place. So we made a huge comeback, I think all the way to 9th place right now. So we get to go fishing again tomorrow. And the damage for me that was done was by the Little General. It's a Berkeley Max scent bait on a Berkeley half head, 1/4 ounce. The big fish I caught, I actually was using my Garmin live scope, saw it out there about 100 feet away, and I fired this Little General over there, and she was in 20 feet of water, close to the bottom on a boulder, shot up all the way to 4 feet of water and caught it in 4 feet of water. So it was probably the most memorable smallmouth fish catch I'll ever have, maybe one of the most memorable fish catches I'll have in my elite career so far. So I'm excited to get back out there tomorrow and throw around the Berkeley Max scent Little General.
The very talented Shane Lehu, showing part of his magic formula for a fantastic day number 3 he had out there. Puts him in the top 10 with a shot at a win. His first win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. One of the guys so good, you think he's already being thought of by many as being overdue for a win out here. We'll see if it can happen today, but he's going to have to get by Shakir, who just filled his limit out, now has taken a 6-pound, 15-ounce lead.
We've seen Shane Lehu in past years on camera here at the St. Lawrence River, and he started strong and faded at the end of the week fishing shallow. This week he started slow. He's fishing a little deeper than everyone else and has gained steam every day as we're out to Shakir at Hooked Up Live. He's only 5'11" off of 100 pounds, like you said, Such, so catches one of his biggest fish of the week, he'll do it.
Oh boy.
It's 4-pounder. I don't think he's much bigger than that. I think that makes this a...
The coloring on the
That was
fish,
beautiful.
just beautiful.
Davey, did he sound like he cared about the Century Belt that much, or with the victory top first and foremost?
Victory first and foremost, but it's on his mind. It's on his mind. I mean, he'd break a couple of records today at 20 few years old, the youngest angler to win in the lead and the 100-pound mark for a smallmouth.
First time with smallmouth.
That's huge.
I wrote a story this morning about that he would be the youngest elite breaking a 2007 record. He would be 23 years and 26 days old.
Well, it is slick calm. I mean, it is, I got a fish looking at me. That's the update. I've had a few look. Not seeing a ton of big ones yet. I saw some with my eye. I got one looking right now on the live scope. Throwing a little bit bigger bait just to see. And fishing a little bit of a drop. It goes from 6 to 14. Rock all around it, gobies everywhere. That's the whole thing. Gobies are, I mean, you throw your drop shot on a slick day, they basically are pretty much everywhere that you throw it, that's why these fish are so big. There's 2 bass. That's the advantage of live scope. I seen one there. There's 2 bass there, 70 feet away. 3 bass now. And I got them looking. Got him. Not a big one, but this is what I've been doing all week, except for the jerk bait. started doing that day 2 at the end of the day. Problem with the jerkbait, I mean, you get some good bites, but you get these too. And all this is fun, but we need to catch bigger ones. Now, there were some bigger ones with them, and when it's slick calm like this, those bigger ones are smart. They let the little ones grab it. But that is the advantage of live scope. You're literally sight fishing with your electronics. Oop, nah. And yeah, when they're hooked, barely like that, I'm not even gonna keep that fish. I mean, I should. It's number 4. I guess I'm gonna put him in there. I shouldn't even put that fish in there. Where did I put my? That's number 4. But that fish has got to go. It's amazing though. It's just a lot of fun once you and the one thing I can say, the new Garmin Live Scope Plus transducer, I'm running this. This is my second event using it, and the clarity. I mean, the whole key this week is if I get within 40 feet, 50 feet of those fish, they know the boat's there. So I have to get those fish to engage 60 to 80 feet. That's the sweet spot. Once you start getting close to 40, it's probably not going to happen. So precise casts, see the fish. You can't, if you're seeing what direction he's swimming, if you throw it behind him, you actually spook him. If it comes to him, I mean, if you think about it like this, when a fish is chasing a minnow, the minnow never comes to the fish. So you have to, make sure that you can see that, what the fish is doing and make the right presentation. Just like if you were sight fishing on a flat, you're just doing it with your electronics. So that's the age that we're in right now. Garmin pioneered the live sonar. 2015 was the first year I used the regular Panoptics. Then they came out with Live Scope, and now this Live Scope Plus, and it's changed the way I fish. I use it a lot back home, and obviously there's a lot of guys on tour that are good with it, guys that have made a lot of money, using Live Scope. It's a game changer for sure.
Paul Mueller, one of the top 3 limits from yesterday to gain his spot in the top 10. If he just wasn't so tight-lipped with his information.
Honestly, I need a better explanation from him at some point today.
We do have a nickname for him, and it's out of love, right? Paul, one question Mueller, because he will give you everything.
But that's what we watch for. We want to learn from these guys. He does a great job.
Help.
That's an honorary term.
We get taken aback because that's so uncommon to get every piece of info.
Yeah, he led here in 2020 with 27 pounds 1 ounce on day 1. That's what he needs to get to 100 pounds today.
I mean, just beautiful fish.
Wow.
Do no good.
It's really amazing to think about the way the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario has changed. For so many years, you look for big groups of fish, schools of fish, and they would be, 2, 3, 4 pounders, might have a big one every once in a while. But it's really now where looking for big groups of fish, even 3 pounders, doesn't do you any good. You've got to look for those 5 and 6 pounders, and they tend to be loners. Taku said he had a school of 5 pounders last year, which is, you almost don't ever hear of that. But from looking for big numbers of fish, you almost just have to look for small groups of fish or individual fish that are the right size.
Shane Lehu hooked up, talking about loners. He said a rock within a rock was part of his success yesterday, to find the biggest one in a field of rubble there. And I like that. I mean, the magic boulder has always been a feature of so many of our Great Lakes. Even on the 2 occasions I've been lucky enough to go out with Mark Zona in this area here. That's been part of the story for the day. It's, the magic boulder is something holding that giant fish, that one giant fish.
It's a nice boulder.
And if you think about it, it's logical that they can be where they want to be, these huge flats. Why not be by the biggest rock?
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to hang out at the smallest rock, so to speak?
Yeah.
There's something a little different that they want to be around. They're always thinking about feeding, ambush points, current, all those things, but still something a little different.
Jay Shakir hooked up. He has a 3 1/4 is his smallest on Bass Track right now, and he's 111 off of that, so a 5-pounder even, or a 5-pounder even would give him over 100 pounds.
Wow.
So I can't stop thinking about day one, just Thursday, just a few days ago. This young angler was here at this same time of the morning with 2 small fish in a live well thinking, what am I going to do next? This is not working out.
Yeah.
And now he has done nothing wrong since about a little after that on Thursday.
He had that big flurry with 5-pounder after 5-pounder. I kept announcing another 5.5, number 5.9.
Come on, come on. Please, line, hold up. No. Come on, line. You got this. He's not that big. I thought he was bigger.
Shakir it, not the one he's looking for, not the one that's going to make for the magic moment, but you got to think that is probably coming.
Yeah, but he still has another 3-pounder in his live well in the tally. So a couple 4s, and you don't need a 5-pounder. You just go up slowly. We'll just do a slow roll and then a big one to get over it. How about that, Tommy?
Pretty poised for a 23-year-old trying to beat the best smallmouth anglers in the world on the greatest smallmouth tournament we've ever seen here on Bassmaster Live. And we got so much more coming your way. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, the St. Lawrence Championship Sunday.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
What a catch for that. The smallmouth lover's dream here, coming to life on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. And we've seen some tremendous performances. We got a rookie in the lead in the form of Jay Shakir. Look what else he's leading right now. Jay Shakir having taken over the Rookie of the Year position, top position there ahead of Jacob Fouts. Jay started his season very well. Had that held this spot for longer than anyone else, I believe, during the course of this season.
Yeah, the only guy, Jacob Fouts has unofficially led Rookie of the Year throughout the competition days, but hasn't held it after an event with Joseph Webster taking the lead at Pickwick. Otherwise, Jay Shakir's led every single event for the rookie season.
We say catch fast, and that means we can't take our eyes off live action on the water even for a second here. Let's head out to Shane Lehu. What a great day yesterday. 27 pounds and 11 ounces to complete his comeback from down below 60th place to start this tournament.
Would not be surprised if Shane doesn't catch another 25-plus pound stringer today. 26, 27 like he did yesterday. Depth range he's fishing seems to be where a lot of these fish are transitioning to. 15 to 25 feet. fish catching has been great every day, but the one little negative thing you heard quite a few of these anglers say is when it's slick calm, it's harder to get these fish to bite. Well, it is just that, and they're doing a great job this morning catching these fish with just a little slight ripple on the water, breaks up that light penetration, and typically makes it a lot better fishing, but I don't know if we could handle it if it was a lot better fishing.
God, we wouldn't have.
Yeah, that 2 mile an hour wind right now is supposed to double. We're going to get up to 4 today, so it's going to stay very calm.
Yeah, batten down the hatches.
Head up there next week because you have to want to kind of go up there and catch a few of these smallmouth. They blow 25 to 30 every day.
As part of the playing field, of course, anytime you schedule a tournament up here, the weather is variable, as they say.
I did get confirmation from my guy, Matt Dowd. He's got all the numbers that I don't have. He has them at his fingertips. He says that the 2010 event at Pickwick is the only event in Bassmaster history where a 4-day full field event, we've had some smaller events that have done it, but a 4-day full field Elite Series event where the 100% limit percentage was that one. So this will be the second time, first one with all smallmouth as well, probably. Not all smallmouth, but
he just shot to the bottom. I don't know what that was all about. It's like he got spooked. No, he got the bait. That's her, I think. Oh, yes, sir. I don't think I got a good hook in it.
Once again, it's really big fish.
Yeah.
Biggest one we've seen Paul Mueller have hooked up, though, so far today.
So strong, man. Get out of there.
Very clear water, very little wind. Means smaller baits and light line, which is the reason for taking so long to try to get these fish into the boat. Small hooks, light line, you have to be patient.
And I don't want to jinx anybody. We have just seen so few fish.
I agree.
Break off here, despite that small.
Totally agree. I've been hesitant for the same reason, Tyler.
That's the right kind. That's the right kind.
But I can't emphasize the tackle, the equipment has gotten a lot better, along with these fish getting bigger.
So when I saw it come down, I thought I maybe spooked it with the bait, but my bait was just sitting there. I cast it. I saw the fish on live scope. I cast past it. I'm dragging my bait. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out where my bait is in relation to the fish. And he's sitting there, so I don't know which way his head is because he's not moving. When they're moving, you can see the head. And then all of a sudden, he just went, and I'm like, did he spook? And right after that, he ate it. And you can tell by the hooks on the bottom, so he just grabbed it. When they're hooked on the bottom like that, they're coming down for it because the bait's laying on the bottom. That's not fun. I don't know what is. And that's the right kind. We need 4 like that and 1 larger, 5 1/4.
It's our 4th limit today, and he's approaching 20 pounds.
I got to say, and I'm guilty of it, you've been guilty of it, Ronnie, Mark Zona, Suches, well, we've all oversold the potential of places in the past. We got to make a show. But this time, I'm embarrassed. We have undersold it. I mean, you could not predict how great it's going to be.
Yeah,
and has been.
And we knew it was going to be great, but this is record setting. I mean, we've never had anything like this. The weights that it took to make the top 10 and the weight that it's going to take to lead is going to break records, all-time records.
Yeah, Dave, 100%. I mean, we talk about 90 pounds as kind of the standard. That is the bar this week. If we can get 90 pounds, it's been a successful St. Lawrence. This has been an ultimate storm, though. We've never had the lake on both Canada and New York Open, as well as the river, other than way back in 2013 when no one even knew about this body of water on the Elite Series. So we've seen the full potential. We've been kind of tasting and teasing it, and now we finally get to see it all come to fruition with perfect weather.
Great to have you with us here. We're here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, the great Davey Height, two-time Bassmaster Angler Year and Classic champ. Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon as well, and we are just enjoying it all. What a great resource, Ronnie, and a lot of having a great resource is fish care, and that's one of Bassmaster's real main imperatives out here.
100%. I know these anglers have said it over the years. Anglers have even called meetings and said, hey guys, we need to be better. We need to leave bodies of water better than we found them for future generations of anglers, for our future tournaments as well, and the communities. Honestly, Tommy, we see this as a body of water that people can have fun on, but this is a major revenue source for the towns and communities around it, so we want to make sure that we take care of them. And one way is our fizzing. And so fish that are caught in deep water, they get kind of settled down there. Their bodies are acclimated to deeper water, and I say deeper meaning anything 15 feet or deeper. When you bring them up to the surface, sometimes they rush and their air bladder gets too big, filled with air. They cannot release that on their own. So Barb Elliott, one of our New York conservation directors, and Gene Gilliland, our national Bassmaster conservation director, has helped put on these fizzing clinics for our Elite Series pros and for the public that wants to see how to do it and take care of these smallmouth. You fizz the smallmouth, release a little air from their bladder. It gets them upright. They swim. You see their fins start moving. They relax and can naturally be released back into the body of water for years to come to grow into possible 100 pounds worth of smallmouth that we'll see this week. So thank you to everyone in New York and to our anglers for taking care of this resource.
Today, the stakes are higher and the emotions run deeper at the PBA All-Star Clash. Coming up at 1:30 Eastern, only on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Well, just a magical dream week here. Lake Ontario, the St. Lawrence River, Clayton, New York, our fantastic host city here. Right here in this transition area between the lake and the river. Boy. Again, we point out that these guys look, oh, they're all bunched up again. No, they're not bunched up at all. We've only got 10 of them out there, and they're a long ways apart. The distances are formidable out here. There's your leader. 6.5 pounds, more than 6.5 pounds, Jay Shakir.
Looks like he's moved to his second area that has been real good to him also this week. His two biggest fish on day 2 came from here.
Those are your top 4 right there. Shakir, Mueller, Blaylock, and Corey Johnston. No, not, oh, we're going to see Corey Johnston. He just jumped up into our top 5. Looking at the looking at Bass Track and looking at the screen at the same time can give you a whiplash.
It's okay, Tommy. There's no bad time to have a 4-box on Championship Sunday.
That's right.
On this.
There are no bad 4-boxes.
Honestly, the way it's worked this week, we could see all 4 hook one and land one at the same time. We won't even ISO anybody. You just stay on a 4-box and see them all land one.
It's craziness. This is the calmest day. I didn't think it could get more calm than it's been the last couple days.
Gives you a little idea of how far they are apart, like you mentioned earlier, Tommy. It's as you zoom in off of Lake Ontario to the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, it looked like the 10 anglers were within a few hundred yards of one another.
It's been a good morning so far.
Very different surroundings.
A lot of bites. I mean, a lot of bites. And you know, should have well over 20. I lost one that I had to the boat that was close to 4, if not over 4, and then I've had a bunch of them follow the bait, nip the tail, hit my drop shot and not get it. I think it's just because it's so calm out here today. I mean, this is maybe the calmest day we've had so far. Kind of made an adjustment though. I'm gonna start fishing some new water and some stuff that I've fished before, but I know I need to catch 25 plus today, so I'm gonna need some bigger bites than what I've been catching on these places the last day or so. So see if we can't make the right moves and get some of them to bite. I've caught a bunch of 3-pounders that, you know, you want to be disappointed, but you know, they're 3-pounders. You can't be disappointed. We just need to get a couple of those big ones to eat. And we will.
Listening to Paul Mueller just a few minutes ago talk about how he's totally using his forward-facing sonar to fish for these fish. It's amazing that some of the anglers are definitely doing that and some are not using it at all, fishing depth ranges from 5 feet all the way out to about
really
25
nice
feet.
Follow my bait in.
Another thing that's just amazing about this fishery, there's that many fish.
It's 12 feet deep, but I mean, I know it was a good
20
fish,
foot
but he
difference in depth range from 5 feet out to 25.
Yeah.
Those fish are relatively easy to see with any of the forward-facing sonar when they're up off of the bottom. These calm conditions typically will make those smallmouth come up off of the bottom a little more, so it's just been the perfect scenario for the tools that these anglers have this weather, not only for just the shallow water anglers, but the anglers that are fishing deeper. Two things, those fish come up off the bottom.
Just need to get some
The other thing, if you're in 4-foot swells and your trolling motor, where your transducer is bouncing up 4 and 5 feet at a time, it's very difficult to be able to stay on top of those fish and follow those fish around as they're swimming through the water column.
You talk about the distances and the tools they have. Mobility is a tool for this final day. If you want to throw a Hail Mary, go someplace far off. This is one of those rare days when there's a lot more available to you.
I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen one of the Johnson brothers go farther away, but I guess that maybe tells you that it's really amazing that the best fishing seems to be around the mouth of the St. Lawrence. The best fishing within
bigger ones with it,
any reasonable traveling. I mean, they could maybe go 100 miles away, but you're not going. You could do it on a calm day like this, but you certainly don't want to.
Wow.
For all of our viewers and with us, you know that as opposed to the recent years, all of Canada, the Canada side, this is the border. Lake and river here has been opened, which has no doubt contributed to the tremendous
good solid fish
numbers we're seeing.
Yes, absolutely. Probably about half of the top 10 has been spending
a couple really
fair
big
amount of
ones
time
with
over
that
in the
fish
Canadian
right
waters.
there. I mean, really big ones.
COVID restrictions have lessened, so they can travel through the Canadian waters and fish, but not go ashore. They cannot anchor. They can't get gas. They can't go to a marina, but they are free to travel through the Canadian waters and fish the Canadian waters.
Just get one of those to commit.
can't stop thinking about if Jay Shakir really can realize the moment and what he has a chance to accomplish today at 23 years old. I mean, I'm sure he does in a way, but there are legendary anglers that have fished the Bassmaster Elite Series for numbers of years and never...
Decades.
Yeah, never get a victory. And for him to be so young, would be the youngest ever if he does win. And it's far from over, very far from over.
Yeah.
But potentially catch over 100 pounds, which has never been done. There's just so much. And I almost think he's so young that he doesn't, it's not affecting him as much right now as maybe a week from now. If it does happen, he'll realize that what he has accomplished, if it happens, there again, we still have a lot of fishing to left.
It's one of those deals he comes from a fishing family. His dad's we've covered this extensively.
Oh, he's a great fisherman. I've known him for a number of years.
A two-time Angler of the Year when it comes to the walleye circuit, a different species, but still Great Lakes fishing. Jay Shakir lists his favorite style and way of fishing as river fishing and clear smallmouth lakes. And that is exactly what the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario is, so it's a perfect storm. And even though his co-angler, he's worked his way up from the co-angler division of the Opens, which is the semi-pro, so it was the back of the boat of the semi-pro, moved his way to the front of the boat, and then now to the Elite Series in a quick, short order. He's only 23 years old, like you said, Davey. He'll beat the record by 4 months for the youngest Elite Series winner ever if he does so.
Heady stuff for a rookie, that is for sure. Jay Shakir. What a day, what a tournament so far. As we look at our VMC on point, and that would be Jay Shakir's catches from today.
Yeah, Tommy, looking at VMC on point, I just can't stop thinking about day one for Jay Shakir. He was on point when he realized and was able to adjust from practice and go out a little deeper and find this group of fish that has just been so kind to him. And the big key is the size of the fish that he's been able to catch, obviously. 6-pounders and 5-pounders. He's caught what we think is 6-pounders every single day. One not totally confirmed, but what we think. But that's the reason Jay Shakir is on point, because he was able to adjust where a lot of people may panic, so to speak. When you go through your area, you know it's going to be a slugfest here this week. He only had 2 small fish in his live well in his possession on day one at about 9:30. He made an adjustment, and that's why he looks like he's going to be the youngest Elite Series winner of all time.
Good stuff from Jay Shakir. It started the day, the rookie, with the lead, and he successfully defended that turf on Championship Sunday.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Happy Sunday. So great to have you with us here. Our live coverage here from Clayton, New York. The Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. What a catch fest. What a spectacle it has been all week long, and today is no different. We got a rookie in the lead here, looking to set records. One record's already been toppled. We'll get to that a little bit later on in our broadcast today. But right now, let's get some coverage from on-site. Our own Dave Mercer in his part of the country. What?
Maybe in one of those boats.
He could be. We could be. Where's he going to be? We know who he's with. Just the reigning world champion of the sport of bass fishing. Dave Mercer and Jason Christie, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. It is my favorite day of the week, Championship Sunday. On location here with one of my favorite dudes on tour, our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie. And, man, what we might be seeing here today, a young rookie proving that you don't need a lot of history on a body of water to make history. How shocked are you, or how impressed are you with that, Jason Christie?
Shocked, not really, that, a rookie's that could take this, and I'm really shocked at the 100 pounds. I mean, that's a standard, that you can't compare to largemouth. There's 7, 8, 9, 10-pound largemouth a lot of times in the places that we go to get to 100. This is smallmouth, and to weigh in an average, a 5-pound average over 4 days like that, just there's something. It should be a little more special than just the century belt. But hopefully he gets it. I would like to see him get it.
Maybe bedazzle the century belt,
Yeah.
some rhinestones or something. We'll work on that if it happens. But let's get out on the water with one of our biggest movers from semifinal Saturday. Three-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, Shane Lehu has had a great tournament. Always, certain anglers, it just seems like these smallmouth match up with. Every single time we come north, Shane Lehu seems to be in the mix. Look at that lake, Christie. It is a mess like this. We haven't had 4 days this year in a row that have looked like this.
Yeah, it was so cool. I mean, I was a little worried about the wind where I was fishing, but I was able to run all 3 days, 50, 55 miles full speed.
Shane Lehu had her VMC monster bag of the day yesterday.
So stressful when you get them on. I mean,
they never make it easy.
No, just will not give up.
Come here.
It's one of the right ones.
What was he? What's he? Looks like Ned or something, maybe?
Yeah, I think he was throwing a little general. 3-inch Ned bait. Giant fish. Let him get a weight on that fish. And as you said, so stressful. I mean, we should have a heart rate monitor on you guys at this very moment.
Yeah. Some of these guys are probably more comfortable than me, but you got them on light line around the boat, and just a lot of things can happen. You catch some that you think maybe I shouldn't have caught, and then some get away that you fight for 5 minutes and they just get right by the boat and pop off.
Another fish here for Shane Lehu.
That's one thing I noticed this week is you might go through 30 minutes, 45 minutes of downtime, and then either a group follows your boat or you get around them, and it's just you might have 4 or 5 casts in a row where you catch
Look at the one with him.
4 or 5 fish.
It's crazy.
I kept thinking about it during weigh-in, and Shane just said it. There's another one with him.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they're mean.
If
man.
this was a team tournament,
See all
as
that
crazy as the
cloudiness?
weights are,
That's
the
him
weights
keeping
would
up
be
gobies.
way bigger.
Yeah. I don't know how deep he's fishing. I was fishing like 5 to 8, and most of the followers, I'd say 90% of the followers I could catch. They would hang around. I was able to get them off, cull, and get right back in there and catch most of them. If I could see them, I could catch them. Some of them would, take off after I caught their buddy, but most of them would hang around. And
Yeah, he had like 20.
my marshal yesterday, he was just,
I saw him on live scope.
amazed because literally drop right beside the boat and watch them go down and eat it.
He'll give me a baby coal, I think.
So a little call for Shane Lehu there. Yeah, I think I heard him say, I think there was 20 with it. He told me on the dock this morning he had one rock pile that he said there's literally 40 fish on it, but he can't catch more than one each time he stops on it. You catch the first one, you hope it's the right one. And speaking of the right one, the guy was weighing the biggest smallmouth bass in Bassmaster history, and he did it right here 2 years ago. A 7-pound, 13-ounce freak panda, Paul Mueller.
Got him. What am I gonna do now? Look at this thing. Okay. This fish is mad. There were 3 with him.
can't tell how he's hooked. There's no way this fish is done. No, he's fooling me right now. I'm gonna go to grab him and he's gonna go crazy.
It would be cool to have a heart monitor. You can see it on the bottom of the screen. Go from 80 beats a minute to 240.
It'd also be cool to see just the difference in certain anglers too. You know, you get anglers that are used to this. It's kind of, we talk about it in a lot of different fisheries. You know, you watch Lee Livesey on a place like Lake Fork, you can tell he spent his life catching those giant largemouth, and I think some would be a little calmer, and some it'd be interesting to see which was which.
And it probably depends on the situation too, you know.
Nope, it wouldn't hook that good.
Your first fish,
That's the problem, man.
Ouch.
It's all good. There's many, many more. That's the game you play when you play with this bait.
Painful
the good
loss
thing is they're
for
biting.
Paul Mueller.
God, has it looked like? Oh, he's in the top of the head. That's what's frustrating. You burn, what, 2 minutes fighting the fish on a spinning rod, sometimes 3, and then he comes off. It's just, man, it kills you.
I mean, all you can hope in those situations that it turns and gets another hook. Tough break for Paul Mueller there. But as he said, there's lots more here. Just get back to work. And best way to forget about that fish is catch an even bigger one. Speaking of big fish, atop the leaderboard, Elite Series rookie Jay Shakir trying to prove that you don't need a lot of history in a body of water to make history. Trying to become the first angler to ever capture a Bassmaster Century belt with all smallmouth bass. Has never fished this fishery before this tournament. But look out, ladies and gentlemen. He just needs one more cull to make history.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in beautiful Clayton, New York. As a matter of fact, Clayton celebrating their 150th birthday this year. So happy birthday, Clayton. And what better way to celebrate a birthday than giant fish? And they have shown out in a big way this week. But showing up better for one guy than anybody else. Left the dock this morning with the lead, trying to make history here today and become the first angler ever to get a Bassmaster Century belt with all smallmouth bass. Wisconsin Bassmaster Elite Series rookie Jay Shakir. Out with him live, and I'd say that's a good way to start a career, Jason Christie.
Yeah. First year. It looks like he's on track to make the Classic. Maybe get a win, maybe set, the Century Club with smallmouth.
Could be right here. He is one cull away from making history. His smallest fish is a 312. good one for Jay Shakir. Not sure that's going to... I said one call, but I mean, he could do it in several calls. 'Cause he's got 2 312s. I mean, it's more dramatic if he does it in one call. Why not just catch one big giant one?
Yeah, we were talking earlier about guys being calm, and, you know, he didn't look like a rookie landing that fish. You know, getting close to 100, maybe his first blue trophy, just calm and cool.
He really is. I mean, the only time I've seen him even twinge, and I tried to push it, take off this morning when I did an interview with him, I started, you know, building up what he has in front of him. He's 5 fish away from making history, not just Bassmaster history, tournament competition history, doing something that nobody else in the world has ever done. And while I was, you know, over dramatizing that for him, I saw him kind of like a little tweak, but I think his first fish was like a 6-pounder. His first 2 was a 4, 4, and a 6. Nothing better to calm you down than dropping a 6 on the scales to start your day. From Jay Shakir, let's head over and check in live with Shane Lehu. Biggest mover of day number 3, hooked up live.
Little.
You notice when these guys catch them, or they're reeling them in, you're looking on live scope, you're looking underneath them to see how many, you know, if there's followers, if he's alone.
Nothing to see here. Move along. You know you're on a good fishery when you see a fish like that and it's not even thought of.
I bet he saw some fish with it. That's why he took it off, got it right back in, turned and made a cast.
From Shane Lehu, let's head over and check in with the very first Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Chris Johnston slid into the cut in 10th place. But if anybody could make a triumphant charge back into this thing and steal it from Jay, one of those Johnston brothers, those pesky Johnston brothers.
Little guy.
You know, on the follower thing, and I have no scientific evidence to back this up, as most of my stuff I say is officially unofficial,
Right.
Jason. I think in this fishery, especially this time of year, there's always a follower.
Yeah.
I just think we only see it every few times. It kind of drops off before it gets within sight.
I agree with that. I think most of these fish are either paired up, you know, most of them are wolf packed, and like you said, you either see them or sometimes you may not. I kind of have a rule usually, even if I don't see one, like if I'm casting a long ways,
not bad.
I'll drop right underneath the boat and make sure that there's not one. I've caught a lot of fish like that, you know, smallmouth fishing up north.
Yep.
There's just something about them. They're curious. You know, they want to swim around you, and there's something about the prop, you know, moving on the engine. They like to get back there. So, you know, about every 30 seconds or a minute, I'll take live scope and sweep back underneath the engine, make sure there's nothing swimming back there. That's a good one.
Just an average smallmouth on Lake Ontario. What the heck?
And he says just average. He's fishing a different spot than I was.
Man, literally thousands of giant smallmouth that those two guys have caught on this body of water is crazy to think about it.
Yeah, I'm sure both of those guys got the places to catch a 30-pound bag. It's
4,
just,
I think.
are they going to hit it at the right time today?
From our champion in 2020, let's move over to a 2-time Elite Series winner, Paul Mueller. Great aerial look at the area he's fishing. Something very rare. We've seen a ripple. We have not seen that yet today.
Crazy.
Patrick Walters wears really short shorts, and Mueller rocking the grandpa's clam diggers here on Championship Sunday.
How many of the guys are fishing today that made the top 10 last year? There's several, right?
Yeah. Well, obviously
Look at the fish under
Johnson's.
'em. Oh
Bet
my
Zaldane
gosh.
was in it, I think, last time.
4 of them,
Clark.
big ones under them.
Yeah, Clark.
I think those guys got a head start in practice. You know what I mean? Of course, the Johnsons don't need a head start, but those other guys, you know, they go out and check what they had last time and then expand on that, where guys like me had never been on the lake.
Not just you. Greg Hackney, Seth Fider, those
Not
are
even
3
that big.
names where they'd said, I've never been on the lake.
Yeah.
But once
Some
you
big
go
ones
out to the
under 'em,
lake,
man. There were some
you get hooked.
absolute
You're never going to
monsters
fish the
under 'em.
river again.
Yeah, to me, the lake just fishes more, you know, like what I'm used to.
That's a
You
weird
know, it's not
deal.
ripping
Felt like the hook
current.
shifted there.
You know, the river is just a turtle, and there's a ton of big smallmouth in the river as well. But the lake just fishes a little easier.
I always say you can get giant bag in the river, but everything has to go right.
Mm-hmm.
You can literally have everything go wrong on the lake and have the right 10 minutes happen and have a giant bag.
Yeah.
He's not even a big one, man. You should have seen the ones. I don't know. Did you catch that? The ones that were under him? There were some monsters under him. That's not even a big one, man. It's a decent one, but it's not 4 1/4. It's not what we need. The ones that were with him is what we need. But that's a call anyway. We'll call that little one out. Let's see, turn this off.
Wow, how this sport has changed from within our lifetime, from having to wait for a magazine to come out to find out who won, to now multiple angles from the sky, from the back deck of his boat. We got them covered. And we're going to continue to cover them all day long. Right there, Jay Shakir could top that leaderboard. Who's he got to worry about, Jason Christie?
Himself. Really? I think he just keeps fishing. You know, these guys can make a charge, but I think he just keeps fishing. I think he'll be fine.
Looks like he's doing fine so far. He's about a 5-pounder to call that 312 and prove that you don't need a lot of history in a body of water to make history.
Yes. My goal coming into this year was to win Rookie of the Year and to make the Bassmaster Classic.
And Jay Shakir once again is leading the guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite.
And right now I'm on pace for 2 of those. But to have a chance to actually win an Elite Series tournament on top of those 2 goals, I don't know. That's something I didn't think would even be possible, to be honest with you. I mean, coming up here, well, here in general, but, you know, down south or any of those places, coming from central Wisconsin, I mean, I had only been out of the state for a couple of years fishing as a co-angler, and I fished 1 year as a boater. And, you know, I didn't know if my skill set was ready for it, but apparently in this tournament it is, and I'm just ready to get out there again. Ever since I was a kid, I mean, just fishing in general, like, it's not even about the money or anything. Like, obviously I want to make money and do well in this and be a part of this for a long time. But like, I just want to be on the water fishing tournaments. And like, that's like my favorite thing to do is like dissect bodies of water and just like figure them out myself and like do it all on my own. And I don't know, it's just a passion of mine that I've had for a long time. And
It would mean everything, and it would mean everything for the people that support me too. I mean, my girlfriend, my parents, everybody. It's family, friends. Yeah, it would be absolutely wild.
23-year-old Jay Shakir out there on the verge of setting records, on the verge of knocking out an Elite Series championship. So hard to get these championships out here for someone of that tender age, as we old dudes think about it in this day and age. Being able to do that, Jay Shakir, whose lead today started at about 4.5 pounds, got it up to 6 pounds and 15 ounces at one point, but now it's been pared back to about 3 pounds, a little less than 3 pounds now, as Chris Zaldain is streaking up the leaderboard with our biggest limit of the day. Catching has been fast and furious in a phenomenal week here. St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. There are the 10 that we have left on Championship Sunday. Get you quickly back out onto the water. Man who held the lead for part of this morning, Stetson Blaylock.
He just come off. No, he didn't. What in the world? That was the craziest thing ever. He just threw slack in my line like crazy right then. I don't even know if he'll call what I got in there, to be totally honest. There's a big one down there on the bottom, though. Gosh, I need to get those big ones. The giant swam up to my bait when I threw it out, but he didn't eat it. He turned and went down, and then another one, thump, and got it. It's a good fish, but it ain't as big as he's fighting. Maybe, hopefully it's at least a 4-pounder. Can't really tell yet. Maybe a 4-pounder. Maybe a 4. Close.
That fish will help him a little bit. Like we've talked about, you need 5-pounders at this point.
It's crazy that these are, you know, you catch one of these and you're like, it's not a big one. So much fun though out here. It's just an average one.
Skeeter Boat's big fish alert. Chris Zaldain. He is out of cell range right now.
Even clear for.
Show you his 6-pounder he just caught.
Hopefully
he's got the big bag of the day, 24-12 on Bass Track, and he's low.
Yep, 4 even.
1 pound,
like
10
right
ounces
on.
back of leader, Jay Shakir. It's on.
Hopefully we'll get a look at that fish catch some way or another. We're able to do that after the fact at sometimes. Hopefully we can get within range on Chris Zaldain, or he will come within our range.
Yeah, we got to see
vast place.
He's the furthest out in the lake.
Yeah.
And we got to see one catch from him earlier this morning, and then he made that move out to where he is. And now, Davey, I put it to you with 2 guys at 97 or more pounds, which is what the highest weight we've ever had for a winner. 97.3 and 98.13 with as many hours as we have left. Will we see 2 100-pound bags?
Zaldain needs 27.9.
I wouldn't bet against it, but I'm just saying I think, and I thought this coming in, the winner will have to have the 100-pound, eclipse the 100-pound mark, but it's be very tough to have more than one person.
Here it comes. Not bad, is it? There's just not many here.
So what do you think, Ronnie? You think we'll see more than one?
I'm so greedy. I mean, I just want to.
You want the top 5 to have over 100
I told
pounds.
Tommy during commercial break, I said, I want 2.
Come on.
But boy, would I not want to be
one of the
the
days so
second
far.
100-pound bag without being the winner. Like, you're just, no one even cares about your 100-pound bag.
We're about to get pulled in on here by a charter boat.
I can hear the charter boat.
Yeah.
They have charter trips that use live bait, and they fish out on the lakes and in the rivers about every weekend during the summer.
Oh, boy. Man, they're fat. Look at that thing.
That fish is going to weigh really well, as
I think that's number 5.
big as it is. Not very long, but like a football.
Pushing 5, if
Yeah.
not 5. Absolutely. Back to Jay Shakir, our leader.
Just saw this fish jump there for Jay. It's a good one.
Now he's just kind of just dragging us along now because he's been within 2 pounds of it the last cull and a half. He's just been stringing it along, keeping the drama going, I guess.
Oh, could it be
This
the
might
one?
be the
Could
one.
it be?
That was a nice jump.
That was a nice fish and a nice jump. I don't think at this point in young Jay Shakir's mind, he's thinking about dragging it along for us. He's thinking about catching every one he can, every big one he can.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, sir.
You can just listen to the breathing and understand a whole lot about tournament fishing. Got some fans and spectators. Wouldn't doubt if his family isn't there with him.
Sure.
You think about loves the smallmouth fish, loves clear water, but he lives 800 or 900 miles from here. He's not a local expert here for Lake Ontario.
He's a Great Lakes expert, but just not Ontario. All right, we're hearing that that's not quite there yet. Will he get there? You have to think so. Jay Shakir, we're going to wear ourselves out thinking, is this the one? Is this the one?
I'm exhausted already. 99.9.
Oh
Man, we're half a pound from 100, baby.
I think it's every bit of 99 pounds and 10 ounces.
Yes.
I mean, every bit.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'll give him 7. If he doesn't break it, I unofficially will break it right now. I'm just gonna say he's got it, but it's it's
bottom line. It may be there already. These are
Yes.
estimated weights. These are Bass Track weights, so we may have already seen history made right there with the first time with all smallmouth breaking the 100-pound mark. But we'll make it official soon enough. Tuesday, Judge, Otani, Machado, and the game's biggest stars are coming to the City of Stars for the Midsummer Classic. It's the 2022 All-Star Game from Dodger Stadium. Coverage begins Tuesday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Tommy. I wanted to bring us into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, for a little bit of Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing. It is Championship Sunday here at the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, so I wanted to give kudos where kudos are due, and that is to the top team. There are two different players in fantasy fishing that have chosen the same team, and this is the top team of the week so far, based on how they were after the day 3 weigh-in. Obviously, a little bit of shuffling today. If someone moves from 10th into the top 5, it can change points up relatively. But Corey Johnston in Bucket A, him and his brother have been duking it out as the top picks in Bucket A. Jay Shakir, it's been at the top of our leaderboard all week long, first or second place. He was the best pick in Bucket B. Bob Downey, very quiet, has been in very poor service over on the Canadian border in the river. He's one of our only anglers in the top 10 fishing in the river. Bob Downey, a stellar week. He started the day in second place. He was the best pick in Bucket C. Meanwhile, Austin Felix missing out on his second top 10 in a row by 1 spot, finishing 11th this week like he did last week at Pickwick. He was the best pick in Bucket D, and he will no longer be in Bucket D because of 2 great 11th place finishes. He will be in Bucket C next week to choose for at Lake Oahe in our next stop. And then Paul Mueller, what a great smallmouth angler. Bucket E, not a great season, but he finished second at the St. Lawrence River in 2020, looking for redemption and having a great week this week. The only thing is he's getting topped by monumental records, and I wanted to bring that to you. I'm not going to force the narrative to the Century Club, but while we're here to kind of explain the deal with it, we have been, bass fishing in general has been a hobby and a sport for centuries, but it has been an organized professional sport since for about 52 years or so now, and we've never seen 100 pounds for 4 days of fishing, 20 fish maximum. That is an incredible 25-pound average per 5-fish limit, a 5-pound average per bass. And Jay Shakir is within half a pound of eclipsing that. If he does that, it'll be the first time ever. He'll also be a 23-year-old winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series as a rookie, and he will set the record for the youngest Elite Series title in history. And that is a 15-year-long record. Since 2007, Casey Ashley, 23 years and 4 months, set the record there. He would be 23 years and 26 days, just turning 23 last month. So a couple cool history things we've never seen or haven't seen in a long time that could get broken this week at the St. Lawrence River.
Thank you, Ronnie. Good stuff. We are watching history being written and with the potential to be written. Some of the items there that you ticked off. Still got plenty more fishing to go on Championship Sunday. Stetson Blaylock took the early lead today. He's now in 4th place. 5.5 pounds back.
He has been catching a lot of fish today, like you mentioned. Had the lead earlier this morning, but needs a couple of those bigger fish, the 5 or 6 pounders.
He don't even know he's hooked yet. He ain't hooked good either. Dadgummit, I can feel that hook moving. It's moving around a lot. He ain't that big. That's pretty good. Just 3.5, 4 pounds is all. Just kidding. It's a giant. Yes. Oh, yeah. See, I mean, that's what we gotta have right there. Gotta have 5 of those.
Wow.
Catch 5 of those, we give them a run.
That's exactly why he wasn't keeping those 3-pounders earlier.
Gotta be close.
We knew it all along, didn't we?
He could see the future.
Yes.
5, yep, 5-pounder.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Now we release What's the smallest fish? About 4?
Just under 4, 3 3/4.
We're gonna get there if we can keep catching those.
About a 2 pound, yeah, definitely. About a 2 pound upgrade. Pound and a half.
We already got a good bag. I mean, a real good bag. Like, probably 22, 23. Probably close to what I had yesterday, maybe.
Well, if that's 22, he'll be unofficially in third because that moves him about 3/4 of a pound up. If it's 23, he'll still be in third, but he'll be up at around 96 pounds, inching just closer. We could have the highest winning weight we've had here is 97 and change, and the second highest is 95. We could have our top 5 or 6 all break 95 plus pounds and be so close to even 97.
Sure on this, Chris Aldana yesterday marked his biggest fish as a 5.0. He came in and it weighed 6.5. He was like 23 or 24 on Bass Track. He had that 27-pound bag. So we're out of communicado with him, but he may have more than he's showing.
I mean, these aren't those magnums, but this might be the third one actually. Give me something to cool. Slow start, really slow. I mean, they're still not the ones, but the ones are out here. I see the ones.
Greg Hackney, slow start, but as Dave Mercer mentioned earlier, out here, when you're fishing in Lake Ontario, things can change very, very quickly.
They can. They certainly can. But you notice from day one, a lot of those bigger fish that the leaders were catching, they were up there in that shallow water like Greg Hackney, and now those fish seem to be getting a little smaller. Those bigger fish transitioning out to the deeper water like where Jay Shakir is fishing and several others.
What a big day for this young man. Big day for the history of the Bassmasters. Chasing history. Jason Shakir, look at all the things he's got queued up here, possibly today winning his first ever Bassmaster Elite event. Being the youngest ever to win an Elite event. Being the first Century Belt 100 pounds, completely smallmouth in a tournament. That's your VMC on point. All about chasing some history.
I just want, if we're going to have somebody not named Jay Shakir break 100, why don't they just go and break 29.1 as well, which is the all-time smallmouth 5-fish limit record, which isn't even from here.
You have a way to push that out there, Ronnie. I would get that out
third,
right now.
Fourth, fifth, sixth, the biggest bags ever are all here except number 1.
Oh, more accolades coming up.
I hear it. Is that a charter boat? No, that's not a charter boat. That's the Power Pole replay of the day. And gosh, who could we go to for the Power Pole replay of the day other than young Jay Shakir, 23 years old. Still had a lot of fishing time left to go, and we've seen some great things every day from anglers, people to kind of surprise us with bigger stringers like Chris Aldana yesterday. But today and right now, the moment is for Jay Shakir. Power Pole replay today. Early this morning, you can tell by the low light, it's perfect light to catch a 6-pounder, low light, high light, it doesn't matter. Final day on a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament to catch a 6-pounder. Man, that's what you live for. That's what you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning for. Not only to try to be the Power Pole replay today, but to catch 6-pound smallmouth. Congratulations, Jay Shakir. Today, final day, Championship Sunday, you are the Power Pole replay of the day.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Today, the stakes are higher and the emotions run deeper. The PBA All-Star Clash coming up at 1:30 Eastern, only on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. What a huge week, what a huge day. Championship Sunday of what looks like it's going to be a record-shattering event in the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario. Close to the midway point of our fishing day today. There'll be a champion at the end of the day. Let's get back out to Stetson Blaylock. Currently in third place, 3 3/4 pound back.
He just caught his largest fish of the day, about a 5-pounder, maybe a little over 5. So hopefully for him, this is another one of those.
I don't know where he's going. He don't know where he's going either. Oh my gosh.
Yes, it's
Look at
another
the
one of
size
those.
that one. Holy cow.
That's your biggest fish. Oh my gosh.
Making a run at it.
Holy cow.
In a big way, those last 2 fish.
Look at the size
That's
of that
exactly
one.
why he wasn't putting 3-pounders in his live well this morning.
That's got to be a 6-pounder.
TH Marine Weather Watch right quick, Welly. Wait on the wait.
I can tell he jumped first.
Shh. Trying to make me nervous. Almost 5 3/4. Holy crud, dude, that's a giant.
So all those smaller fish he was catching this morning, and what, the last 5 minutes he's caught 2 over 5 pounds
We are
each?
working on a bag.
Incredible.
Day 2, he had a 6'11", getting up to 27 pounds, 11 ounces.
Pretty sure this one's my smallest.
And he's got
one.
2 4 evens there. He's about 4 1/4 off of 100 as well. I mean, 2 6s and it's there.
He's got 2 4s as a smallest
Yeah,
fish?
2 4 evens and then a
Right.
4 4. So he's got 3 under 4 1/4.
Definitely upgradable without a miracle catch.
Yeah, you just 3 5s. Yeah, 5
And he's
evens
caught
will
2
get
in
him
the last
within
10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Shane Lehu, 4th place as it stands right now.
I mean, these anglers, they take a while. You have to be patient with these fish, but look at the rod being there. I mean, it is spinning tackle, but they're putting a lot. These fish are just very strong, very healthy. Putting the maximum pressure on that fish that I think he probably should. They're just, wow. working on a 5-fish limit similar to what he had yesterday.
Man.
Certainly on pace.
He
7.6 yesterday.
He will take that all day long, but at the end of the week, at the end of weigh-in today, he will look back and be like, goodness, if I had anything more than 18 3/4. Like 18 3/4 is normally in the top 25 here, and it was 69th place on day one. If he just wasn't so far down, he wouldn't have had to make up that much weight.
Right behind him in 5th place, Corey Johnston.
No help.
Well, Corey Johnson, he knows what time it is. He's had been in enough tournaments on this body of water to know that that clock is ticking more and more insistently as we go on toward the second half and into the second half of the day. Shakir on top. Look at that, knocking on the door of the Century Belt. Chris Zaldain, what a day he is having. And Stetson Blaylock on a roll right now. Plenty more to come from here on the St. Lawrence. Thank you all so much. Looking forward to that. A lot of adrenaline in Denver. NHRA qualifying right around the corner. Right now, we are in the thick of it in this tournament here. This record-setting, potentially record-setting, and already in some categories, record-setting tournament on the St. Lawrence River. Going to pause for Striker Daily Trivia for you real quick. Which rock band's founding members were raised in Clayton, New York? Was it the Goo Goo Dolls, Kiss, the Blue Oyster Cult, or Thin Lizzy? Thin Lizzy.
I only know 2 of these bands.
We're gonna answer.
Never
All right, go.
music
Ronnie,
trivia.
go.
I'm terrible at music trivia. I'm gonna have to go Goo Goo Dolls just because I want to say that.
Yeah, I think you're dead on there.
I'm going Blue Oyster Cult. I know they're a New York band.
That sounds like a New York name.
Joe and Albert Bouchard.
Oh,
there
nice.
you go.
Blue
All right.
Oyster Cult.
How about
More cowbell, fear the reaper.
Yeah,
Don't fear
more
the reaper.
cowbell.
Tommy, you are so cultured. I am so
Yeah,
uncultured.
that's high culture right there.
So
Cultured pearl in the Blue Oyster Cult, for sure. But we got bigger fish to fry going on right now. Out on Lake Ontario, let's get out to Corey Johnston. Finds himself about 5 pounds, 4 ounces back of our leader. Deep into Championship Sunday.
Atkins. Dude, there's still some up there. Oh my God, we're gonna, look at them all. Look at that.
Oh, wow, look at that. A pack of wolves.
That's impressive.
So you hear fishermen refer to wolf packs. Normally there's 2, 3, maybe 4, but that is a swarm.
Wow.
Of beautiful smallmouth.
There's a bunch. I can still see them up further.
They're like black piranhas. They're everywhere. They're so beautiful.
It's a lot bigger than I thought he was.
Yes, that's a good one. He needs 5-pounders though.
This is a little bit of football in the summertime up north, is scooping and scoring like he just did with that brown beast.
Absolutely. This is what he lives for, living his dream, this Canadian Corey Johnston, in his element here on Lake Ontario.
We grew up in bass boats. We were lucky that way. And, you know, it's the competitive drive that I love about this sport, where every day is different, everything changes, and it's one of those things that anyone can do it. It doesn't matter if you're young, old, male, female, it don't matter. You can go out there, you can do it from an aluminum boat, you can do it from a glass boat. I was always saying to my parents, you know, I want to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, especially watching the Bassmaster Classic every year. Then it was unheard of for a Canadian to make a living fishing.
Corey's so right about that. You were talking about that before we went on the air, Davey. The age range that can participate at the very highest level. 50 years separating Jay Shakir and certain other members of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible how wide-ranging and far-reaching our sport is for other countries, all, you know, men, women, children, seniors like me. Not quite.
Hey,
You're
guys,
not senior.
guys
You're
straight
not
out of
senior.
high school and college, guys that actually worked in the military and have now came back and pursued this as a sport as well.
Looked up again. He saw him out there. Of course, we all did.
Yeah.
Might have been the jump of the week we saw just then.
Yeah, it was awesome. And that's saying something, because we've certainly seen a few this week.
Gosh, it's been the Cirque du Soleil of bass fishing out there.
Do we have stats on that, Ronnie? The number of jumps and the height and all that? You know, is this record-breaking this week?
I'll have to get my
acrobatics of these big smallmouth.
I'll have to get geometry back up to get the angle and the height measured off the horizon and things like that. My protractor.
We're one fish shy of everybody catching a limit every day. Bob Downey has 4 fish.
Corey Johnston would have to engineer the biggest limit so far of the tournament to get on top as it stands right now. But hey, I'm not counting anything out at this point. We have seen so many things we thought were improbable before come to pass this week.
Yes, and what we just saw, the number of big fish that followed that fish that he just caught a few minutes ago, it's no telling what he's going to do in the next 30 minutes, because he's definitely around a lot of aggressive smallmouth.
I think he will.
Corey's checking that one to see if he will help or not. It's going to be close for him. We got to get over to Stetson Blaylock, another
The thing
guy.
about it is he's thick.
Man,
into the big ones here of late.
He's not done fighting either. Holy cow, man.
So his last fish was about 5 3/4. The one before that was about 5 pounds, and this is another.
Yeah.
Looks like that region, doesn't it?
I mean, you can go from having 5 4-pounders to 30 minutes later having 5 5-pounders.
Yeah, that's huge. And this is another one of those.
Oh my gosh. Holy donkey foots.
Oh my goodness, things are happening out there. Jay Shakir, it's still our big story, but he has not shook off the pack yet. That is not done. That part of his job remains to be seen. We have so much enjoyed bringing you coverage of this extraordinary tournament here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, the live coverage will be continuing on Bassmaster.com. If you choose to hang on, we want to check that out. Jay Shakir, what sort of records will he set? The weigh-in, also on Bassmaster.com. That comes your way. Dave Mercer will be set to go in Clayton, New York for that weigh-in at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. On the Yeti hot seat, you see the man right there, the man of the hour, Jay Shakir. Thank you so much for being with us here this morning with the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, I'll get it. Live mix, everybody. We are back. Had a little special guest, Mr. Alex Redwine, with me, who just happens to be Mr. Jay's roommate.
For sure, yeah.
So, you know, my question to you is, you know, he couldn't give you a waypoint or two, or, you know, get you out there with him, and is there a little back and forth,
No,
I mean, going on, or what?
No, we definitely both had a really good practice. We both figured some good stuff out. He was actually fishing kind of like just around the point from where I was at. And kind of a funny story that I don't think like anyone really knows about, like how Jay kind of came across this wad of fish that he's on. Is he was fishing the first day, and it was like 11 o'clock, and he had like two pounders in the box. And he heard something out of the corner of his ear, and like he happened to look, and it was a 6-pounder chasing a minnow.
Oh my gosh.
And he said, hold on a second, I'm gonna just trolling motor over there just a little bit, slide over there. And he looked on his forward facing sonar, and it was just kind of lit up. Yeah.
Wow.
And he said that's just where it all went down. And I feel like when you hear stories like that, it's like that's when you know you're like something special is going to happen, and that's kind of what led him to where he's at today and this whole week.
It's all these little keys and that we pick up on during practices. And you know, I was just telling Dave, you know, how, you know, I love this sport. And speaking of Jay, there he is right there. I love this sport so much because we're all so different. And there's small little keys like, you know, what you just talked about that kind of key us in on something. And we're all different. We fish differently. We think differently. And I think that's what makes this sport just so super unique. There's no two people that are the same. Uh-oh.
Come on, Jay. He's fighting it like it's not very big. Another thing that I've noticed from like what I can be seeing so far and what I've heard from Jay is like he has not, this morning kind of took off really quick for him. And the last couple mornings have not been, it has not been like it's been today. And I feel like myself and a lot of other anglers, once that wind starts picking up, that's when a major key like bite window kind of comes into play. Another thing is like this is his first spot. Like I think the second or the third day he checked another spot on the way in, and he said they were there just as good as they are here.
Wow.
And as far as I can tell, he's still on that first spot. The other spot's kind of on his way back. So I'm curious kind of how long he's gonna hold on this until maybe he's gonna go and check and keep those other fish honest for sure.
Right. It's just such a different world. I mean, all of you guys and most of you were in the lake. I was not. I was in the river. Just totally different. Just perspective and fishing, and it's. Uh-oh. So do you guys have experience here?
So he's never been up here before until this week. I've only been up here one other time, and it was last September for the Bassmaster Opens. It was actually where I qualified at. But I spent a lot of time on like Lake St. Clair and Lake Erie, so like smallmouth, like I love.
Right.
I'd much rather be up north than south. But like here compares.
Uh-oh. I think that's a big one. What is his smallest right now? Let's look. So he's got a 4-pounder, a 4 even, a 4.4, and a 4.8. No, a 3. Shows a 312. So he's got one, and they're under 4.
He must have for sure just kind of found a little wad of them because he just released that small one next cast. So something, I don't know if it's the wind just now picking up and they're starting to kind of gang up a little bit because he's just kind of looking. There's like schools, but sometimes the school gets broken up and there'll be like little wolf packs.
That's right.
Kind of running around, and that's what he's trying to drop on.
And that was kind of the same situation that I had yesterday. I was live scoping them with a spy bait, and if there was a wolf pack of them down there, if there was 3 or 4 of them, they would come up trying to fight over it. But then you would see a single, and you couldn't hardly get it to commit to anything.
Yeah,
so.
Sometimes those singles, Jay said it, like some of them singles were like the biggest fish.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the big nomads. Could this be the fish that puts him unofficially over 100 pounds?
I don't think that's going to help.
Oh, maybe not. Those fish are built like just tanks. It's amazing how fat a lot of these fish are already after spawning. I mean, when they get to feeding, it doesn't take them long. I mean, it's just the amount of forage and protein that they get from gobies, and
like these fish just dropped their eggs or just released all that. Not right. It could be a couple weeks ago. Within the last month, these fish have like released all their eggs, and they just built up so quick and feed so quick, and throughout the summer they're just going to keep getting bigger and bigger.
Man. I mean, could you imagine a tournament here with these conditions in September? Oh. You know, and they're I don't know if you saw, but I mean, there were some spawners. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's good. One on the bottom.
You know, yesterday it slicked off. I saw one in like 15 foot of water and caught it. It was a big one. Just amazing how many fish that those big ones spawn that deep, and unless it's slick, you can't see them. And that's why they're able to just reproduce and repopulate, you know, so easily here. Unlike a largemouth, you know, if you're on a heavily pressured body of water where you can see them, and a lot of them get messed with, but these smallmouth they can spawn out deep where nobody can really see them and mess with them.
Yeah, and a lot of lakes, certain fish, like we'll take Lake St. Clair, for example, there's like a certain like 5-6 mile area on the lake that like 80% of the fish spawn on.
Really?
And so it's almost like sometimes during the spawn there's not enough room almost for all these fish to come up and spawn at the same time. But here on this lake, the way that the bottom is and the lake lays out, like there's spawning areas completely all over this whole body of water. And so they just have free range they don't have to try to fight for beds and fight for the good shallow water when it's just everywhere here. And me and Jay were kind of talking about the spawn and how we actually talked about how they could spawn deeper. I think he mentioned something how he is in like 15 or 16 feet, and he kind of noticed it, that he said, you know, when you look at a boulder, a lot of times you'll see 2 fish on a boulder, and it makes you wonder, are those fish spawning? Like you can't see them because you might not be in enough clear enough water, but it makes you wonder, like, is that a male and a female on that boulder that you see down there on the forward-facing sonar?
It's amazing how these fish hide too. I mean, you can have your forward-facing sonar and you find a big boulder or something, you put it on it, and there's like, okay, there's not a fish on it, but then you throw over there and there's 2 or 3 of them all of a sudden just emerge. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like they hide from it sometimes.
That or your boat drifts over a rock,
right?
And then you shine your sonar behind the boat, and you're like, how did I not see that?
How did I not see that fish?
Like they're all following the boat now. There's 5 of them.
And I don't know about you, I've rarely ever like graph these smallmouth. Oh goodness, he said he sees a lot of big ones. Like on the side imaging or down imaging or whatever. I don't know if they suck to the bottom a lot.
A lot of that I feel like has to do with like weather depending. I feel like when the wind's blowing like pretty hard or there's a lot of waves, those fish will get super tight.
Uh-oh.
He said it was a big one. Oh.
He said there's so many big ones there. I think so. Could be that next 100-pounder, 100-pound, which, you know, he's been a little light on bass track every day, so he very, very well may already have it.
This could be the
Could be
historic
it.
fish.
That last time he hooked up, we were saying the same thing. Could that be the unofficial?
The way that his body's kind of like puckering up, it doesn't seem like it could be a small fish.
No, it doesn't seem like it. Do you think that's in his mind right now?
I don't think.
You know him better than we do, so you tell me.
I feel like he could care less. Like, yeah, 100 pounds is cool, but I feel like his goal, he's like, I got to at least get 23.
Right.
But, like, I need, like, because the weights that some of these guys have brought in the last couple of days, like, yeah, they might have slipped the first day or two, but, like, you see Shane, you see Stetson, like, with those ginormous bags, and it's like, you can't afford a slip up. But Jay's just been so consistent around that 26, 25 pounds.
And there is the Johnston brothers have said it, that there is a 28 or 29 pound bag out there swimming around. I think that one might help. He's showing a 312 as the smallest. Good, that he's weighing his fish. The suspense is killing me. No, did not help. Threw it back. Did not help.
And he's still got plenty of time, too. I feel like I know after day 2, he said, oh, the last hour kind of saves me. He said, like, I was sitting at like 21, 22 pounds, and the last hour saves me. And that's what I've seen this week. Like, I've kind of been saved in the last hour or so.
That's right. Who is this cameraman? Is it Jake today? Jake gets to have so much. Trey, all right. I bet he's having a blast watching this. So this was his first time ever here.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
But like he's kind of grown up smallmouth fishing. Like he's fairly close to Sturgeon Bay, and he spends a lot of time up there. And like since the first day of practice, he said, "Dude, these rocks and the structure and the fish, it just seems like they're setting up exactly like they do on Sturgeon Bay."
That's awesome. That's a place I'd never fish. Ask who?
Can he hear us?
Can he hear us? Sure.
Alex asked, I want to ask him how long, it looks like he's still on, I think he's still on his first spot. I can't 100% tell, but how long does he have any intentions on leaving or moving to the next spot, or like how long is he going to kind of sit here until he might pull the plug or go to his second area? I think he's still on his first spot. I'm not 100% sure though. They haven't really shown the map lately. He should remember me.
And I'd have a question I'd love to ask him as well, but let him catch his fish though. They already did.
I didn't know you could talk to him, or kind of talk to him.
Well, the cameraman can hear us. Uh-oh.
God damn, I got the wrong one.
I guess it's another little one. And he mentioned a little while ago that there was a lot of big ones right there. Still holding on to a 315 unofficially.
I can't tell. I feel like he's still cool. Like he's.
Yeah.
Like these small fish are definitely like starting to kind of annoy him a little bit, but he's definitely. I feel like he's still trying to keep his cool because he knows
he's sticking to his guns.
A 5-pounder is gonna.
Right.
Like, another big one is gonna do something.
Unofficially, Corey Johnston was showing 25.8, so he's at 97.5. You know, again, he's showing 25.8 right now. That could be a, you know, it's unofficial, so his bass track, you could see another 27, 28-pound bag. Chris Saldane's sitting with 24.12. I mean, Johnston, he's showing Corey's showing a 4-pounder. You know, he catches a big one. I mean, he has that potential to reach 100 as well. And if you look at Zaldane, he's sitting on a 4.4 with a 6-pounder. He has any one of these guys catch a 6-pounder. Any one of those three. You know, even we look at Stetson. You know, I'm trying to look at how much room these guys have to move up. Has a 4 even and a 4.4 as he's showing in Bass Track. I mean, a 6-pounder. I mean, that gives him another 2 pounds and gets him very close. Yeah.
I think you heard my question.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think he might be on his second spot.
Oh, really?
I think so. Now that I look at the water's like definitely more clear over there, he could be on his second spot. I'm not sure when he moved, but
super impressive. Especially come to a body of water you've never fished before in your life, and you know, I was telling Mercer, you know, it's reminiscent of, you know, like a Brian New last year. You know, he won his first ever Elite Series tournament as a rookie, and that's just contributing to the talent right now that's coming through the opens with yourself and Jay, and I mean in the way it's getting even harder to get up to the opens because everybody wants to do it. And I always said with the opens, it's harder to compete in the opens than it is here, simply because there's so many people trying to do the same thing that you are, and there's so many extremely talented anglers that would make long careers here that never make it, and they try. So it's, you know, kudos to you guys for doing it. You know, I fought through 3 years of it myself. I did all 3 divisions for 3 years.
Yeah.
And trying to make it. And
like he did the opens as a co-angler for I think 2 years, and he won an event on the co-angler side each year. And he said, if I can get 2 years of co-angling under my belt, because I did co-angling a handful of years too, and the amount of information and just experience that you absorb,
that's right,
goes such a long way. And after the first couple events, Jay has done good the first handful of events, and I thought to myself, like, if he gets through kind of the southern swing and like survives or does good, which he has,
right,
the rest of the season's right up in his wheelhouse.
Absolutely. You know, anybody out there that's watching this and they've always dreamed of this our entire lives like we have. Look at Stetson. Always suggest get outside of your comfort zone. Uh-oh, he's got him. Looks like he's a sight fishing one. Or did he have him the whole time?
I really don't think that fish will help, though.
See, he's not real wide. He is fat for sure.
Another thing about these smallmouth is when you put a hook in them, you don't know if they're going to come straight up 5 foot out of the water or they're going to stay down. You know, that fish like that just stayed down for him.
It's a good one. He's just doesn't have that giant look to him. Yeah, I'm away.
Stetson's another angler.
I'm away. I'm just
that's really dialed in up here. He's had several good finishes. He had a top 10 last year. He's following it up again.
And it's just cool how like these guys that have been up here before, they just kind of gain experience on this lake. Like every time
That's right.
they learn more and more about it. And not saying that fish are going to be on the same exact rock as they were the year before, or the same rock pile or vein or whatever, but like they have those like kind of same areas that the smallmouth kind of get to every year, where you go to another lake like St. Clair, like every year the grass is different.
Right.
The bait's somewhere else, so those fish are always in different groups and you can't go to the same place everywhere. Here, as these guys come up here more and more and get more experience and just learn more about that giant ocean out there.
That's right. And it seems like, I mean, we're watching, pretty much for 4 days, the people in the lake, that, it seems like if you wanted to find a way to catch them, whether it be deep or shallow, and you see people like Paul Mueller throwing a jerkbait, you kind of find it. It seems like there's still fish. Of course, they will always be smallmouth, shallow.
And it's like if the wind blew, or if we didn't have this great of weather, like how much would it? I feel like the shallower guys could have suffered a little bit more,
and it would have made offshore fishing extremely tough.
Wow.
And then the fact that we could fish Canada, we haven't been here, since 2019. We haven't been able to fish the Canada side because of the borders being closed, and that opened up so much more too. And it's kind of funny because Chris and Corey Johnston both said last year when we were here and the year before that it would take these kind of weights to win when we were able to fish the lake if we could have fished Canada. They've mentioned before that they thought the bigger fish lived in Canada, but the way we're watching right now, it looks like most everybody's in U.S. waters. I know Hackney is just above the line.
Yeah, and I saw that one of the Johnsons was over there. I remember
one of them was, okay.
Yeah.
I just saw the map for the first time, so. Cold out a 4-pounder for Stetson. Okay, Hackney, Bob Downey, Corey Johnston, Zaldane are all on the Canadian side. But that area of the lake that you're seeing right now into the American side, as soon as you come out into the lake and south, that area just produces big fish year after year after year. Gosh. And where he's at too, it's probably unfishable 80% of the time.
Yeah. One day of the week.
Wow. Just setting up, the weather you never get 4 days of this up here.
And even in practice too, we kind of only had like one nasty day.
That's right. That last day, yeah, it was pretty bad. But as we were talking before about coming up through the opens, anybody get outside of your comfort zone. Fish a division of the opens that is outside of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And take your time. As of 7 years ago, I'd never caught a smallmouth before in my life. So I said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to fish the Northerns because the last thing I wanted to do was qualify and then get your butt kicked when you come up here. And the same thing vice versa. If you're a big smallmouth guy, fish one of the other divisions. Get outside of your comfort zone. Learn how different smallmouth, spotted bass, and largemouth are. And they're so different in different bodies of water. So you're not doing it for the first time. Experience is so key in order to get here and stay here.
It's funny because Jay, when he qualified for the Opens, he did the Central Division and the Southern Division. even though he's from kind of the Northern Division and he didn't do the Northern Division, he said, if I can survive in the Central, because they fish kind of some Southern lakes too, and the Southern Division, if he said, if I can kind of like prove myself in that division, in that part of the country, then I think I'm ready.
Right.
That's what he did.
And this field is just such, it's just full of great stories. I mean, storylines and people, you know, personally, it was, my earliest memory was when I was 9 years old, sitting on the couch with my dad watching the Bassmaster Classic and watching Hank Parker hold up the trophy at the James River, and just dreamed about it ever since.
Yeah.
I mean, and look at Jay right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a, you know, I'm sure, you know, he seems like he's a very calm, cool, and collected guy, so it's not, it'll hit him. It's going to hit him at some point. Your first year to have a chance to win on a body of water you had never fished, and also break a historic record that I don't know that anybody thought was even possible up until a few years ago. You know, Mercer and I were talking about that, you know, it's, PC's one. Are talking about, you know, how it's, you know, the gobies that they eat here, but then also it's the electronics. You know, forward-facing sonars have just changed the game.
Yeah. And Jay, like, I was just trying to talk nicely to him without trying to get up in his head. Yesterday, I was like, dude, like, whatever happens, like, right now, like, especially him, but it's like, with us being so young, like, I'm 22, he's 23, we're living, it's like we're living our childhood dreams right now.
That's right.
And it's like, for him to have this sort of success, whatever happens today, like, this is obviously a killer week for him. But like, whatever happens. But like, we're literally living, like, 5-6 years ago, like, we were idolizing this, and now we're on this platform to live out our dreams and
that's right,
pursue all this.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy. I mean, so if any of you guys are just now tuning in to Live Mix, you know, Alex Redwine and I are sitting here talking through, you know, everything that's going on here, and you know, some of the things that we've lived through coming up trying to chase this dream, and we're watching his roommate and good friend Jay, you know, is possibly win his first year in the Elite Series, and even harder, break a historic record that has never been done. And that's to catch over 100 pounds of smallmouth and get the century belt. I think, if I'm correct, there are 14 century belts in history, never one for smallmouth. And guys, we could have potentially 3 to 4 belts given out in this one.
Yeah.
And I mean, Jay, you know, he's showing 99.9 right now. That's unofficial on Bass Track. Corey Johnston is, you know, only a couple of pounds shy, but has a lot of room to move up. He's having an incredible day. I think it's the big bag of the day right now. Unofficially, he's showing 25.8. You know, and these are historically guys that typically put a little cushion under on their Bass Track. Let's just see what they really weigh when they come to the scales. But Corey Johnston could have a massive bag. And Jay could as well. It seems like Jay's around that right type of fish, and it seems like he's comfortable. He's got the right mindset, and it seems like he's all business right now, and that's what you have to do when you get in these positions. All right, guys. Well, I think we're about to go to a break. I believe we have Brock Mosley and Steve Bowman is going to come up next on Live Mix to give you a totally different perspective of everything that we're watching right now. And this has got to be a special moment for Jay and his family, and Alex as well, rooting his buddy on. So I think we've all become Jay fans today.
Yeah,
so hopefully he can do that. And so
yeah,
Brock.
There's still a lot of time left for Jay. And
a lot of time, guys, and you could see some historic stuff. If you're not watching live today, make sure you tune in, because this could be a special event for sure.
Yeah.
But guys,
All right, we are back on the Bass Live. I'm sticking around this time, but this time I'm hanging out with Bernie Schultz, and just kind of going to break down these anglers some more. And I'm still rooting for Jay. I hope that he kind of hits a flurry soon. These guys, I'm not sure what it is like out there. It's still kind of slick, but I feel like the last couple of days the wind's kind of picked up in that last hour or two. So I'm not sure if that wind is going to pick up, but I feel like that last couple hour definitely opened up a bite window for me, and I think a handful of other guys as well.
Yeah, the wind's always a plus. Smallmouth fishing, when you have sun and wind, you usually have a better bite. There could be excessive wind, as you well know, from practice this week, but usually when you get at least a light breeze, it breaks the surface tension on the water, and you get a little better response from the fish.
Mm-hmm.
When it's slick, boy, it can be really slow.
Yeah, and a lot of that forward-facing sonar that I've noticed, like, you see so many on your forward-facing sonar, and you throw a drop shot in there, and you watch all the fish follow it all the way to the bottom, but they just don't commit to it, and that little chop on the water sometimes will make them commit, kind of be a little bit more aggressive.
That's right.
And not sure how it'll be. I didn't do much shallow, but I'm not sure what a little bit of chop on the water would do for some of the guys that are kind of focusing more shallow.
Yeah, I did mostly shallow and sight fish most of the week, and it was a big difference. You could see the fish better when it was slick, but you refused the bait more often than not, and you had to chase them a long ways to finally get them to settle down and maybe respond to the bait a little bit. But when you had that surface tension broken up and, had ripple on the water, that's when it was easier. There's your boy right there.
Yeah.
So, my first question is he low on his guesstimates for weight, or is he spot on?
I sure hope so. I saw him do that, his first or second fish of the morning was a 6-pounder, and he didn't even weigh it. He just said, that's a 6. So it's like, and he knows what a 6-pound smallmouth is like, obviously. So hopefully that 6 is a little bit bigger than 6, along with some of those other fish. But I realized I didn't know exactly where he was when we were on the mix earlier, but he is in kind of his second location, like a second spot. He sat on his first spot for a while, and he said the second spot, he's kind of spent like maybe a few hours or an hour at the end of each day on this spot, and he said they're there just as good as the first spot, and he definitely had a lot better morning on that first primary spot than he has the last couple of days. But I still can't really tell. I hope he's staying cool and calm. He knows he needs a few more big bites to kind of to solidify and to separate himself a little bit.
Yeah.
But
are the two spots in close proximity, or are they a run?
They're out on the lake. They're on go to the lake, go to the south. They're probably like 10 miles apart, but this spot is kind of on the way back to the river.
Oh, so you think he's done with his primary spot?
I think so, unless his gut tells him something. I'm not exactly sure how long he stayed on that first spot.
Oh, that's interesting because it's not even noon yet. And
yeah, I'm not sure what exact time he pulled the plug on. I think yesterday he said at 10:30 he left his first spot because he only had 2 fish off his first spot. But this morning he caught a limit off of the first spot. And
okay. Yeah, it looks like he's near the Fox Island area.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it seemed like Atkins did good in that part of the lake last year. I think that's where he was at.
Yeah, that whole area behind them islands, I feel like is just such a large spawning area. So where all those fish have to do is just kind of pull out a little bit and get in their summer spots, summer patterns. And
I see he's using a drop shot. Don't know how many guys relied on that. I was more a Ned rig guy this week. Mixed up some other baits, jerk baits, and tried to popper some, and I got the blow-ups, but I didn't get the connection. It was kind of frustrating. And these were big fish. I could see these fish when they weren't blowing up on my plug. They'd settle back down on the bottom, and I was like, God dang, that was an opportunity missed.
Yeah. It's interesting you said Ned rig. So, in practice, I threw a Ned rig some, and I feel like with a little bit windier conditions in practice, they were sitting closer to the bottom, and that's where I personally caught some on a Ned rig. But then when it slicked off, that's what I did the drop shot. But yesterday in the weigh-in line, I was talking to Shane because he was we were kind of fishing. We weren't really on top of each other, but we were kind of fishing the same area. But he kind of had his own stuff, and I kind of had my own stuff. And I forget what he had yesterday, 26 again, or he had a good bag yesterday. And I was asking him, I was like, how are you getting them fish to trigger? And he's like, dude, I haven't caught a fish on a Ned rig all week, and today I picked it up, and they were just hitting it on the fall.
Yeah, that was my best tool. I used a Senko, actually a new Senko. It's made for Ned rig fishing. It's a super high floating bait, and really made a difference. But I just
4 pounds.
I'll let him talk.
Need another 5 or.
So I think while we were just on the break, Jay, he had a 3. I forget what his smallest one was prior.
What does that put me at?
I think he just replaced it with a.
And then
So history has been made.
for-
Yeah. Unofficially, but yeah. There he is.
That's very cool.
He's kind of adding up his total in his mind right now. He's like, wait, I think I got it. But he knows, I feel like in the back of his mind, he knows that he's not 100% safe yet. But I mean, he still has a 4-pounder, which is a big fish, don't get me wrong, but I mean, you throw a 5 or 5.5 in there.
Deal done. Just cement the whole thing.
So yeah, they said he caught that one like 5 or 6 minutes ago, and it was a 5 even. And that replaced, I thought it was a 3.8 or 3.12 was the smallest one prior to that. So at least that gives him confidence. Before you hopped on, when I was with Derek, I feel like we saw Jay catch, I don't know, a half a dozen, like 2 or 3 pounders, and I could tell that he wasn't super excited about those small fish, but at least he just caught that. What he puts it at 5 pounds kind of gives him a confidence that like, hey, like there's big fish still around and they're still willing to bite.
So if he can, so Mueller's in second now, according to this. Am I reading that right? Yeah.
Yeah. So Mueller he caught a 5.8, which moves him up into second. He's at 24.5.
I see that. Yeah.
3 pounds 6 ounces unofficially behind Jay.
That's a pretty good cushion in a smallmouth tournament. It doesn't sound like much,
Yeah.
but when you're talking ounces, I mean, that's the problem here. A lot of times you're culling ounces instead of pounds. In a largemouth tournament, it could be drastically different. There's more separation usually.
Yeah. There's no 10-pound, 8, 9, 10-pound.
Right, right. In the early days, when we were coming here, the big weights were largemouth. Lake of the Isles, Chippewa Bay, Goose Bay, those Sandy Pond, those were places that produced big stringers of largemouth, flipping milfoil. And I remember guys catching, sometimes they'd fish the islands around Chippewa Bay that had a collar of milfoil around rock spires and rock piles and catching big stringers with Zara spooks. But those days are, I mean, you can catch a big stringer of largemouth here, but to do it for 4 days, that's a big ask. And everything's dominated by these goby-fed smallmouth now.
Yeah. Corey's hooked up. His smallest right now is 4 pounds.
I used to fish against Corey's dad back in the day in the Canadian Opens. They were out of Kingston, and a lot of good talent. A lot of American pros used to go up for that event. The year that I did well in it, we had 23 classic qualifiers in that event, and there was a lot of competition back then. And Lynn, his dad, was among those guys, and he raised 2 good anglers, that's for sure.
He's fighting it like it ain't small.
It seemed like I spent more time on the 3-pounders than I did on the 5-pounders.
They just dog you and dog you and dog you.
Yeah.
Until you see it, you have no idea how big it is.
That's right.
Not big, but I don't know if he'll help or not. Or looked a lot bigger when he jumped. I don't know if he'll help long.
Steve.
Yeah. What's the code? Zach. 1200.
It's on 9%. Should I plug it in?
Here. Oh, 100% now. Yeah, I was down to 11.
All right, so I want to ask you this, because we're getting down to we're kind of in a potentially an academic stage. Shakir's got this kind of done. We also know that he's 100 plus, but the big question is Stetson, Mueller, even Corey. They fudge every day. There's no way they're
Not
always
bad.
3 or 4 pounds
Just the way my
off,
day's going,
which
he's-
puts that, and y'all talked about multiple century belts, but go down that list a little bit for me as we're watching these guys fishing. The potentials for that 100-pound bag.
It's not charging, I don't guess.
All right.
Well, it says it is.
Yeah, it's charging. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Come on, tell me who's lying the biggest, and where these century belts may lay at the.
Go ahead, Alex. I'll follow you.
Yeah, so all these guys are in great potential for that belt, and I feel like obviously everyone's going for the win, but they're also trying to kind of put their stamp on this tournament and saying like I caught 100 pounds of smallmouth. And I feel like there definitely is. I feel like on the final day, all these guys want to do good, but they also kind of want to leave it a mystery where not everyone knows what happens until the dust settles. And you can just kind of tell that like these weights aren't at like a 4.5. Like they're all in either a quarter of a pound or half a pound. So all these weights they're so unofficial but everyone in the top, really the top 5, all the way down to Zaldane has the potential to bump over that because 27, 28 pounds is so easily done out there. And by like the big fish that these guys have, all it takes is another 6 or 6.5. And we've seen that every day. Like what's the big bass been every day? 6'10", 6'11".
So how special is that to you, Bernie? You've been doing this a long time, and I mean, you know how special a smallmouth is. How special is that for multiple guys to do this? This is not a one-time thing. This is
Not even close.
more than one angler that's doing this.
Yeah, it speaks to the fishery for sure, and it's historic. It's never been done. I've been fishing here since the 80s, and back then, if you had 13 to 15 pounds of fish, you were pretty much guaranteed a good check, and 17 a day, you were winning. And nowadays, it's like get off the stage. We don't have time for that. Bring somebody up here with some fish, and 27 to even 30-pound stringers are possible here. And I wouldn't be shocked if somebody got 29 or 30 pounds today and upset the cart a little bit. But the potential's there. The fish live here, and they swim together in groups like that. If you can find a year class of 5 and 6 pounders, you can do that, and it's very possible.
And it makes you wonder, like, where is this going? Like I didn't fish any of these. I didn't fish the elites a few years ago, but when we were here, it seemed like 18 pounds was like the normal. This year it's 20, 21 pounds is the normal. Like in a few years to come, is 23 going to be the new normal? Like is 100 pounds going to be 8th place?
Yeah, that's well said. Only time will tell, but it's interesting that I didn't anticipate a 20 plus, I guess it was like 21 pound average to get in the cut.
Mm-hmm.
I barely made it, but you know, it's just speaks to the fishery that, you know, those fish, the forage is easy for them. I mean, gobies aren't quick, so it's not like they can't run them down, and they could probably gorge themselves in 5 minutes for a day's worth of intake, you know, protein and whatever they need. So basically, they're not putting out a lot of energy, and they're fattening up, and they should just keep getting bigger and bigger. As long as the forage base holds up, you know, if they don't eat them all up and starve themselves.
I found a super interesting fact about gobies yesterday. It's interesting to me, maybe everyone knows it, but talking to one person yesterday after the weigh-in that went scuba diving out here.
Right.
And they said when they went down, they were in 63 feet of water, and the gobies are 12 inches down there. He said the shallower you go, you'll get gobies, because traditionally we see gobies are 3, 4, 5 inches.
Right.
And shallow, like anywhere from like little fingerlings. But he said when you get in 60-something feet, he said they're 10, 12 inches.
Wow.
And I don't know why that is, but he said the shallower you got, the smaller.
They don't get eaten.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Well, the biggest one I've ever caught was maybe 4 inches. You know, and they bite your drop shot, as you well know. They'll rattle your drop shot, and every once in a while you hook one. But they're not fast, and they can be run down real easy by a hungry smallmouth.
Yeah.
So.
And they're everywhere.
That's right.
You throw a drop shot out anywhere on that lake, and you're getting tapped by a goby.
Can you take the picture from behind?
Stetson's smallest one is a 4.4. So even him, he has 24.5 pounds, but he throws in another 5+ pound fish. And
do you know Stetson?
I've talked to him a handful of times.
Yeah.
But not personally, no.
I'm impressed by him. He does his own work. He's pretty low key, pretty humble, and the guy's a stick. I mean, he can catch them anywhere. Doesn't matter the species. And he's doing something usually a little bit different, or in an area that's off the path. I kind of admire that, guys that figure something out on their own and away from the crew.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he runs with anybody or travels with anybody or what.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Like you, I've only talked to him a handful of times, but I got a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, me as well.
So, did you experience the poker run yesterday?
I did not. I've been out on the lake every day, but no, I didn't. Did you?
I did, and more than I wanted to be honest with you. In years past, it's been like maybe a dozen boats or something would go ripping by. You see them for 5 minutes, and that'd be it. Never. Yesterday, they went by and shut down right where we were fishing across the channel from us, but there were like 100 of them.
Oh.
And there were 2 flights, so anyway.
Yeah, but
something else.
I think we're running out of time here, and there's still a lot of day left to go, and I'm excited to see how this thing unfolds.
Yeah, I'll be watching close, I promise.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River. It's sponsored by Berkeley.
It is my favorite day of the week, Championship Sunday. I want to welcome in all our viewers to the seventh stop of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. And there you see it right there. Nothing's official until the fish hit the scales. But for the first time in history, Shakir has looked to be the first angler ever, not just in Bassmaster history, in competitive fishing history, to crack the Bassmaster Century Club with 100 pounds and 13 ounces of smallmouth bass. It's never been done before, and the crazy part is, look at that leaderboard. It could happen a few times here today, and we're going to Oahe next. Look out when we get to Oahe, some craziness might happen there. I'm joined by Maddie Wong, our Bass Nation National Champion. But before we get into that, Maddie, let's have a look at what's been going on in the water here today with our Toyota midday report. Catch up all our fine viewers on the doings on this incredible body of water that has showed out in a big, big way. And with the odds-on favorite coming into this event, Corey Johnston, had a nightmare day yesterday, but he has had a great day here on Championship Sunday.
Out here on the home body of water, it is incredible to watch what Corey and Christie done this week. And I can definitely learn a thing or two from these guys, and it is incredible what he's able to do and the kind of bag that he's putting together.
Kind of set up putting them in a very, very scary spot. I mean, he went out in 7th place. His brother Chris went out in 10th place. And they got a lot of weight to make up. But the Johnson brothers, when they got nothing on the line but chasing that dirty 30, they become a scary couple of characters. And it's good to see Corey Johnston having a great day here on Championship Sunday. And man, he has been so close to that title in the past. Can today be the day for Corey Johnston? We've seen so many amazing things happen on this incredible body of water, and one of those things was the biggest smallmouth bass ever weighed in by Paul Mueller. But we're going to talk about Stetson Blaylock first, because Stetson Blaylock had 27 pounds earlier this week, and he's had 100 pounds. I believe he's in the Century Club on Fork a few years ago, but he'd love to join that as smallmouth bass too.
Yeah, who wouldn't, man? Stetson Blaylock is an absolute hammer. It looks like he has a 4.4 that he's looking to get rid of and a 4.6, which, you know, with the look at the rest of his bag, I think it's completely possible, especially as the wind picks up in the rest of the day. I think we can see some fireworks happen from Stetson. I mean, look, it looks like he's fishing out in the lake like a majority of our leaders are, and I mean, like, the look of it, catching smallmouth right on the upper lip is never a bad way to start your day, and just boating giants after giants. What an incredible day Blaylock has had so far.
If it's your first time watching a Great Lakes tournament, I can advise you that it is not normally like this. That flat, calm conditions, those are the days you normally have in pre-fish, and then you show up for the tournament and the wind blasts. Well, we had the opposite this time around. Very little pre-fish because of bad weather, but it has been perfect weather all week long here on the St. Lawrence River in beautiful Clayton, New York. But there's the guy I was excited to see. Weighed in the biggest smallmouth bass in Bassmaster history, a 7.13 when we were here a few years ago back in 2020, and Paul Mueller in the mix again this week.
Incredible. You know, when you have that intuition and that type of history here, like you had said, like being able to catch giant smallmouth, you kind of understand where they live. And oh, I noticed a little rip bait or two. You can ride in the box. I wonder who makes that special little ditty right there. But it looks like he has 2 4-pounders that you can get rid of, but with an average of 5-pound bass, man, this guy, he can definitely make a move. I mean, all it takes is just one other bite, and it can definitely push him up in that leaderboard.
And the afternoon bites on this particular body of water have always been a key part of the day. I mean, I've always said one way we could guarantee that the weights would be bigger is we just changed the takeoff time. Started this at 10 o'clock. We came in at 5 or 6 o'clock. I'm going to tell you that the weights would jump because that afternoon, the later afternoon, they turn on, and they turn on in a big, big way.
I completely agree. When the wind kicks up in the afternoon, these smallmouth want to push up and start feeding, and even if they're out deep, they enjoy to do it. But look at the fellow rookie angler, Shakir, is absolutely putting on a clinic. And I mean, Look, he's the first one to do it, hit the century mark for smallmouth bass in competitive fishing ever. And I mean, like you were saying earlier, it's not official until they hit the scales, but it's looking like he can be the first one to do it.
Unbelievable. I mean, we've been so close so many times in the past, and so many historic, smallmouth legends names have been thrown around. But Jay Shakir looks to be the first one to make history with very little history on this body of water. Never fished it before this week. He's got 3 days of pre-fish and now 4 days of competition, 7 days of fishing, and he will find himself in the history books for years and years to come. And I can't express just how impressive. I mean, there's people that said this would never happen.
Yeah. No, it's really, really special. I mean, it's Jay's first time here on this body of water, and it's incredible for what he's been able to do this week. I mean, it was also my first time here, and I was looking forward to this stop this entire season so far, and it really didn't disappoint. I mean, I obviously wish I was out there fishing a championship Sunday, but what an incredible, incredible fishery.
Matty Wong, our Bass Nation national champion, joining me. And does Jay Shakir, did he just, I mean, you can leave here being like, well, it was my first time and everything. Jay just destroyed that excuse for you.
Seriously, though. I mean, I need to learn a thing or two out of his playbook. And what I heard a little bit earlier when Alex was talking about it was like on his day one, he only had two pounders in the box, and he had heard something, and just right out of the corner of his eye, watched a 6-pounder chase a minnow out of the water, and that unlocked this Pandora's box, if you will, of incredible smallmouth Disneyland. And, hopefully we can just keep watching these fireworks go.
Yeah. Smallmouth Disneyland has appeared for several anglers here this week. One of the guys who really caught him on semifinal Saturday, North Carolina's Shane Lehu, a 3-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. But Shane Lehu, every single time we come north, it doesn't matter the smallmouth fishery, whether it's Lake St. Clair, I mean, you name it, he just seems to be in the mix, and we're out with him live right now.
The baby shark is hooked up.
Oh my God, it's a giant. I think. God, they all look big. I don't know.
Bottle rockets. It's incredible when they pick up a bait. All they want to do is take to the sky.
Wanted the minnow.
Yeah, I actually fished this exact same spot in practice, and there's a outside grass line that leads to a sand patch, and the current pulls right around this island, and they are stacked up in there. But for me, I was only able to catch 2.5 and 3 pounders.
I think I found Taco's Disneyland.
Shane Lehu is doing something a
No.
He said he just found Taco's Disneyland.
Look at all the gobies he just spit up. Jeez. Spit up 2 gobies.
I'd be really interested to learn more about migrational patterns and seasonal patterns of gobies and what their spawn's like and whatnot.
They spawn like 6 times a year.
It would make sense.
No, really, they can spawn every 30 days.
Wow.
They spawn every 30 days.
They're like freshwater gerbils.
Yeah, I'm sure. Gerbils or bunnies or
any type of small rodent.
Gosh.
It just leads for this incredible forage, and I mean, I got to, catch a couple of them this week and really examine them, and the colors that they have are so distinct and unique. But the thing that's really distinct and unique is how soft they are. They don't have any spiny pectoral fins or dorsal fins, and they just slide down the gullet of big old bronze, mean Smalley.
They're like a chicken wing, basically.
like a little chicken wing.
Even if you're if you're not hungry, you're like, I'll have a wing.
Yeah, or like 10.
Yeah,
why not?
Dude, it's incredible.
That is a good fish. Let's see if Shane can cull out his 410, which is unofficial on Bass Track right now.
Come on, Hook.
One of the things about gobies is this thing here.
just like the rest of the field, I feel like this week the drop
She's
shot
long
has been
and
such
not
a
as fat as.
dangerous technique. Well, hopefully that fish. Let's see what he got. Wow, that's a 540, 530. It's bumpy out there, folks. It's a 5-pounder. Either way, he called out one of those fish. That's going to push him up a little bit. But over to Chris Zaldain we go.
He was my pick to be a mover. Like if somebody can come from the back of the pack, it was Zaldain, and he's a long way down the lake.
That's the Canadian side?
Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing is, he probably thinks he's run so far, he's where like nobody fishes.
Yeah.
But he's right near the Bay of Quinte, and which is actually one of the closer spots when you run out to the lake there.
Look at that body language right there. He's just like giving him the leg. He's like, ooh, on.
Oh, work. Maybe you should have given more legs this week.
I think that's what I got to do. I got to wear shorts. Chris Zaldain, see him hooked up right now. Gee. Look at him, just head on a swivel, looking around for followers. I mean, every single time you'd hook into a decent fish this week, if you weren't paying attention, you can miss out on potential multiple other catches.
4 3/4. Same size. I ain't gonna do it.
Doesn't even need to check it.
Nothing to see here.
Just a 3 1/4 pounder.
Zaldain is having a very, very good season. I mean, this is second top 10 in a row. I think he's sitting in 6th place for Angler of the Year right now. And every spot you get up in that Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard, you get paid just a little more. And look out, because the fisheries we're going to next, you got to imagine Chris Zaldain's going to catch them there too.
I agree. He's having an incredible season. And he's definitely a vet of the sport. I believe is it his 10th season?
Gotta be getting close. Yeah, I think it probably is his 10th season.
That's incredible.
$4 right now. Our tournament leader, Jay Shakir, Stetson Blaylock, Paul Mueller, and Chris Zaldain. And Jay is remarkably calm. You know, all week, all season watching him, but like a lot of people can be calm in a lot of situations, but when you're poised to make history like he is here today, it's amazing how calm he is. I got to believe some of that comes from hooked up live right now, but I got to believe a lot of that comes from his dad. I mean, his dad is a full-time walleye pro, has won Angler of the Year title there multiple times. Oh boy.
It doesn't matter. You can just tell the size of one of these smallies. When they start kicking and you can see their head shake, you can tell, man, like he's not able to gain anything on that fish. They do what they want.
Smallest fish is a 4-pounder, pesky 4-pounder.
Anywhere else in the country, we'd be more than happy to see a 4, but not here on Championship Sunday where you're trying to get rid of a 4-pound smallmouth.
This is bigger than 4 by the looks of things.
And look, I'm gonna say probably like a 5 1/4.
Wow.
That's just what I'm gonna say. It's my guess, without even looking at it. I can feel it.
All of the amazing smallmouth anglers, innovators, people who have, long before the GPS and any electronics, have figured out these fish, but all of the amazing names, you throw them around, it doesn't matter who you want to talk about. Steve Clapper, so many amazing, Dick Garlock from this very river, so many amazing trailblazing smallmouth anglers, all the anglers that are smallmouth specialists on tour. And Jay Shakir has done something that nobody in history has done. And he might just be doing it a little bit better right now.
That's incredible. It's truly incredible. I mean, I come from the West Coast where we got a bunch of legends out that way.
Unbelievable.
That is a healthy one. So casually just
That's like a 5.5
strolls around with
pounder.
it. I'd be making out with that fish right now.
I'm saying 5.5. I think you're low at 5.25. But I mean, you did. It was 150 feet from the vault when you guessed that. So if it's anywhere in that neighborhood, I am very impressed with your Kretzkin skills. Matty Wong have been able to do many things, but now we're learning how good he is at
5.25.
guessing. Let's look.
Boom!
I think so. Yeah. Wow.
It's interesting seeing him put on scales versus pole beaming. That's a dangerous game right there.
I'm not going to judge anything he does at this point.
I mean, I'm going to because I'm jealous, but I would have so much anxiety just taking a look test. I mean, these fish here, I've numerous fish this week. I'm super glad I put them on the scale.
I'm just double checking right now, just making sure there's not something, because it goes through your mind. I mean, maybe there's one I missed.
Well, as Jay figures out which one to call out, let's take a look at our leaderboard today. And look at this stacked board we got here, guys.
Wow, look at those weights. Just forget where we are and look at those weights through the whole top 10. This is a smallmouth bass derby.
Unreal.
And Jay Shakir, I think his weight might be a little bit more than that right now. And I'm also going to go online and say Corey Johnson is lowballing and his weight's a little higher. It's going to be a lot of fun to see this all go down.
Hang out and stick around with us, and we'll see you guys in a few.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage along the shores of beautiful Clayton, New York. Celebrating its 150th birthday, and what better way to celebrate a birthday than make Bassmaster history? And it looks like that may be happening here today. Jay Shakir having a great season in 20th place, I believe, for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. But let's have a look at the top of that leaderboard. And Brandon Palnick, 612 points.
That's incredible.
Right behind him, David Mullins with 571. John Cox slipped a little bit this week, and he's down to third place. And the question is, can anybody catch Palnick at this point?
I think he's pulled away so far. I mean, we're going into another smallmouth territory on Lake Oahe in South Dakota. Yeah, I can expect him to catch him again there. I mean, whenever you get a wild west smallmouth fishery, we can expect the guys from the West Coast to pull out some fireworks.
Let's head out on the water right now and catch up with Shane Lehu. Had a giant day yesterday. Talked to me this morning at takeoff. He said, man, it's so frustrating. Some of his spots, he said, there's, rock piles I have that have 40 fish on them, but sometimes I can only pull up and I only catch one and then they turn off. But numbers hasn't been a problem for him today by the looks of things.
I think that school of fish that he's on, there is quite a lot of them. Like I said earlier, I found a similar school in that same area, and they are sitting out a little bit deeper in around, I would say 15 to 20 feet of water, feeding up on gobies.
Quick release. I got to have my phone.
LDR long distance release. I lose a lot of fish, so you got to come up with something to make it sound cool.
I like that. I'm going to start using that. What was that one? LDR, don't worry about it.
Shane said it wasn't going to help anyways. That's a good way to mentally move on, move past it. But the nice thing on a fishery like this, I mean, if you're in a stingy fishery where you get 5 bites a day, that is a lot more crushing. You're on a body of water that, I mean, it seems more often than not, one of our anglers in the top 10 is hooked up at any given moment.
I mean, this event itself is so exciting because the amount of fish that you get to catch, and it is incredible to know that, it's all right, I just dumped off a 5, I can have another one coming. And you know what? Speaking of dumping off 5s, I don't think this guy does that quite often.
What do we got?
Chris Johnston has definitely been putting on a clinic like he has historically. Like you were just saying, the Johnston brothers are definitely putting on a show.
It's incredible what they've accomplished, and good at everything except he thought he was out of this one. He said there was like 5 anglers left to weigh in. He was in 8th place. You know, a few of the leaders had to weigh in ahead of him, and he's like, I'm out of the tournament. Went to load his boat up and everything, and missed the top 10 intros yesterday.
Wow.
We haven't? I don't want to jinx
Look
it.
at his, look at that body language. He's just letting that fish do its thing. Let him get tired out. I think the worst thing you can do when you're fighting smallmouth, and especially these northern angry ones, is to lean on them too hard. You want to let them burn out of gas and just slowly come circling up to you, where you can come in for a nice belly scoop.
Come on, we got some 4-pounders to call.
Looks like he has 2 4-pounders to call, a 4.0 and a 4.12. Again, that is unofficial.
That big, actually. He's little.
Those 4-pound class smallmouth are super hard to tell whether it's a low 4 or a high 4.
Not
they feel like giants.
Yeah, sometimes the 4s feel even bigger. You know what I mean? They fight harder in certain situations. Some of those real big ones.
See, he almost flipped that. He debated flipping it for a second.
I've always said that they have a healthy disrespect for these fish. And it's just it comes from catching thousands of them. It comes from adjusting your rod, adjusting your line size to make sure you have the perfect setup. And
well, I like how he respectfully released that one. He didn't spew any negativity into that fish, which was really nice.
From Chris Johnston, the first Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. We head over to another Bassmaster Elite Series champion, Stetson Blaylock from Benton, Arkansas. And he's hooked up too. Or no, he's not.
Oh, I think he is. I think he's hooked up.
Oh yeah, he's definitely hooked up.
I think that's a fish.
Thought so.
It's a good fish.
He doesn't know either.
It's gonna help.
Looks like this could either be on either a hair jig or a spy bait. I mean, the spy bait bite
Not
this
tall
week has
enough
been
in the back.
really incredible. Looks like Stetson has 2 4-pounders that he needs to call out with an unofficial.
See how he's rolling? See how you can see his white belly?
Ounces.
Those are the ones you usually lose because they spin around upside down and they wear that hook. Well, that hook hole out, waller it down where it just pops out.
Well, that hook and waller it down. I'm learning.
I think those may be.
I'm not sure what that was.
Arkansinian.
Arkansinian? Technical term.
It's a good one, but I just don't
Steve
think
Bowman's
it's
nearby. Is that how it's referred
it's
to?
big enough to help.
Arkansinian? Arkansan. Sorry.
An Arkansan. Oh.
Can't really tell from here though. No, I don't
Smallest
think so.
fish is 4 pounds,
Oh,
4
no,
ounces.
He's fat though.
Oh, he's fat though. Yeah, I mean, look how tall this fish is.
We'll see. He's a fat
and
one.
how fat. Again, it's hard to just hold it up and tell the exact weight. You got to throw it on a scale. Looks like he's fishing a Yamamoto shad shake worm.
Huh? Oh. I don't think he's gonna help though.
I'm gonna say a 4-1.
No, he's thick. Let's balance beam him.
Well, he says he's thick. He's gonna take him to the balance beam, which is a smart move. Here, just ounces can separate you from a bigger check, and you do not want to miss out on an opportunity just because of a simple.
You're not a big
overlook.
fan of scales by the sounds of things.
I love scales. They're great. But when you're bumping out there and you're like 4 1/4, 4 3/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 3. They bounce around. And if you guys look, if you don't know why you have those pool noodles, that's a tongue twister, inside the live well, that's for fish care. You're making such long runs into the lake. You want to make sure that these beautiful smallmouth are well taken care of. Putting a plug in your live well, keeping ice, and pool noodles will help keep this fishery incredible when you take care of them on a long ride.
I mean, it's always a good time when you have ice and pool noodles, let's be honest.
That's a recipe for a good time. Splitting hairs looks like red's a little bit heavier, though.
Nope.
It's always worth a double check. Oop, number 2.
That fish right there did not help me. That is incredible.
Well, looks like he was able to get a call right there. We'll see what that fish gets put in as, but I think we're just talking about ounces here.
You can't really complain about anything else.
It seems like it's like the weirdest tournament ever we're watching right now. We're watching people catch fish that are the size that most people watching this would. I mean, that's a picture you post on Facebook. I got a good one today.
For sure.
And these guys are just like, another 4.
A 4 1/4. Oh.
The struggle is real.
It's very true, man. Like, you come out to an incredible place like the St. Lawrence River, and you have a chance of breaking your personal best. I did on the first day of practice. I caught a 5 1/4, and you know, I almost held the state record in Honolulu, Hawaii, when I was 14 with a 4 1/4.
Wow.
And it took me until I was 31 to break that on Lake Havasu, which was a 4 1/2. So I've been dying to get a 5-pound class smallmouth, and
usually they takes them a second and they'll go.
Stetson doing a little bit of a retie. These fish will put a reckoning on your gear.
Clark Wendell hooked up as well.
8-pound test, you just can hurry nothing. I mean, that's just.
Looks like Clark is has a couple of 2s that he needs to call out.
The thing about Clark is his track record here is incredible. I mean, he talked about starting his career here, and man, every time we come here, you know, there's southern guys that are pseudo-northern guys. Clark Wendlett's one of them. I mean, Bernie Schultz is another one of them. Lives in Florida, but every time we come north does really, really well. And Clark Wendlett is definitely one of those guys.
Truly, truly one of the legends of our sport.
I think he's bigger.
And I mean, it looks like that fish is gonna call out one of those 2s. I mean, that looks like a 3-pound class fish right there. I mean, he has three 2-pounders. All right, we got a Striker Daily trivia coming up with this incredible action-packed day here on the St. Lawrence River. I'm ready for some trivia. Are you ready for some trivia?
I'm undefeated, actually.
All right. Well, which former college classic qualifier weighed in the biggest bag of last year's Open here? Ooh. Was it A, Trevor Lowe? Was it B, Andrew Upshaw? C, Trevor McKinney? D, John Garrett?
I'm a gentleman, so I'm going to let you go first, Matt.
I'm just going to be honest.
You can think about it over the break, though, if you want. You don't have to throw it out there right now.
I'm going to take a breath on it and kind of think about it, you know?
No Googling.
No, I won't. I promise.
All right. All right.
We'll be back in just a little bit. Think about your...
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage. Beautiful aerial shot of our playing field. But we left you with some Striker Daily Trivia, and I've been mulling it over for a little while here, Matty Wong, and I know you have been as well. But once again, the question, which former college classic qualifier weighed the biggest bag of last year's Open here? A, Trevor Lowe. B, Andrew Upshaw. C, Trevor McKinney, and D, John Garrett. Are you going to go first, or shall I?
I'm going to go B, Upshaw.
Upshaw, very good pick. Very good pick. He's the first college qualifier for the Classic. I'm going to go D, John Garrett.
Okay. All right.
Survey says...
Oh!
I hate you, Matty Wong. I hate you. You're so good at everything. You can play the... What do you play, the saxophone?
Saxophone, yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Chicks don't dig a guy who plays the saxophone, I'll tell you that much.
All right, we're flying over to see my fellow rookie classmate, Brother Jay, putting on a clinic this week here on the St. Lawrence River. Looks like Jay has an unofficial bag of 25 pounds. He looks to get rid of 2 4-pounders and cool as a cucumber.
I don't know. Hard to think about it right now, but I'm sure afterwards it'll set in. But yeah, it's to have a 5-pound average 4 days in a row anywhere is amazing, let alone on smallmouth. I don't know. This is pretty wild. I just lost like another 5.5 pounder like 5 minutes ago. They ate it right next to the boat, and it must have just been skin hooked. And I had like 3 or 4 with it that were like the same size. But yeah, the 100 pounds is pretty wild. This was the perfect storm to do it. I mean, the 4 days we've had out here, you can look out on the lake right now. You don't get a lot of days like this on the Great Lakes, especially for 4 days in a row. That's almost unheard of, and for a tournament, because usually when it comes to a tournament scenario, usually everything's always just trash, windy, rainy, stormy. But yeah, we really lucked out this week. Yeah, the weather, and then personally, just all my fish catches. And yeah, I mean, I've lost some fish throughout the week, and we still got time left today. But I can't complain. I mean, yeah, either way, I'm happy.
See, dude.
Matty Wong, be a professional here. We're watching history in the making. A gentleman handed me a secret rig, and Matty Wong has cross-threaded his legs trying to jump over the table and steal it from me.
It's a secret.
If I give it to you, I have to give it to every Elite Series angler, and I'm not ready to do that.
It's a Ziploc bag of goodies. How can you not share that? That's... Jeez. It's like the Pandora's box of secrets. Dave Mercer is a man of mystery.
Speaking of a man of mystery, I got to open up here about something. I totally got hung out to dry on that.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh. You'll shake it off, bud.
On that Striker Daily Trivia, it's not my fault. I'm blaming it all on Mark Menendez. He did text me during the break. He told me John Garrett, and I swear to you, I was going to pick Andrew Upshot just simply because he was B, and it's usually B. And it proves kids don't cheat or you will lose.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't look at my phone once, so, I mean, it serves you right.
You were on your phone
I caught
nonstop.
it, and I was like, well, maybe I'll stay.
Texting my girlfriend.
Back to the action. It's hard to believe we're this distracted with this much awesomeness going on. Jay Shakir, your tournament leader. Shane Lehu, Paul Mueller, and Greg Hackney are 4-box. And so shocking to hear guys like Hackney, Seth Feider, Jason Christie to say that this was their first time out to the lake. They've always fished the river. And once you get hooked on that lake smack, you can't go back to the river. It just happens so quick on the lake.
No, it really does. I mean, after seeing what went on this week, I mean, I definitely have learned a lot. I made a risky move on day 2, and I ran out to the lake, and I ended up catching 2 of my best fish of the tournament. And just, you know, in hindsight, I'm kicking myself and wish I was able to spend a little bit more time, but practice did not allow us to do that because we had rolling 3 to 4 footers right here in the river, and can't imagine what it looked like out that day on the lake. But if you look at our 4-box here, I mean, everyone's doing something slightly different. We got Greg Hackney. Looks like he's throwing a rip 8 around. And Paul is too. We got Shane and Jay just scoping around with the drop shot.
You said earlier a spy bait bite was pretty incredible this week. Was a lot of anglers throwing it?
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I know that I was able to capitalize on that spy bait bite. I think there was a lot of small perch that would come following out your bait, and I kind of keyed in on a little perch color deal, and was able to get a couple really good fish. Dumped a really good fish that probably would have helped a lot on my last day. But it's one of those baits that, you know, it's a light line, hard bait presentation that just takes a lot of patience, but is extremely, extremely deadly in clear water applications. Like here, or, you know, out west on like a fishery like Lake Mead or Mojave, or even on Lake Havasu, you know, those spy baits are really, really powerful drawing tool.
Mueller hooked up.
Watching Paul play this fish out. You don't want to put too much pressure pulling up on them, because when you do,
I don't know if it's gonna help.
Pump it, they jump it. Look at the aerials on this guy.
I honestly don't know if that'll help. Might.
Man, a jerkbait bite is one of my favorite ways to catch them. It is absolutely an addicting way.
There was a few with it, let's just say.
And typically when they're suspended like that and you can get them fired up, I mean, Paul just said it himself. He's a couple fish with that hooked up smallmouth.
I think there's always buddy fish with it. I really do. Like,
Yeah.
I think we only see them some of the time.
I don't think so. That's crazy when a fish like that don't help. Where are we right now? Pinch me. It's hard to tell too, because they're
By the way, for the viewers, I'm not touching the gills. I'm tucking my hand so it doesn't. You do not want to touch the gills, but I'm trying to get these hooks out without getting a hook in the hand.
Again, being very cautious.
Need a 6-pounder hook like that.
That is a pretty obvious bait right there. I won't talk about it, but
I mean, you can talk about whatever you want.
this is true. I mean, that's
You're
one of...
Bass Nation national champion. You've earned your right to talk, Matty Wong.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it, man. That is a deadly, deadly bait. And I don't know, maybe take a look at one of my title sponsors and you might get a hint.
Now for something completely different. Another angler hooked up to a fish.
Dang it. It's the one I need. I know. See how black he is?
Was he bummed about that?
Might be the one with it.
Oh.
That sucker's probably 5 at least.
Yeah. Right, look at that.
This one's 3 3/4.
Giant blob right underneath that other one. That's another frustrating thing when you're fighting a 3.5-pound fish and you see a 5 or a 6 with it.
Unbelievable good
man.
fish. Won't even
It's
be
so
coming
frustrating
close
because you're
help.
trying to horse in the smaller fish. And so you can get back in the water real fast.
And I'll weigh it just to make sure. Hey, come here. That's the one that was on that bed. I'm almost positive. See, his eyes are real red.
Oh yeah.
It's usually what that means.
How small all their mouths are.
That's
How
another
young
one, close
these
to 4,
fish
if
are.
not more.
Incredible.
Maybe not. Maybe 3 something. Come on, we got
There's absolutely amazing fish
4
in
even.
this fishery.
That is incredible. How many 4-pounders?
That's not going to help Stetson.
That is nuts.
He needs to upgrade a 4-4.
Oh yeah.
Incredible day for Stetson.
Stetson having fun. All our anglers seem to be hooked up all day long, and spectacular weather here at Clayton, New York to celebrate their 150th birthday, and also Championship Sunday at the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Matty Wong, thank you for joining us. Did a great job. You're not going to see in this bag, though, I'll tell you that much. What I got right here in this bag, you're not seeing it, okay? I don't even know if it works, but this guy said it did, and he put his name on it, so if this little baby works, I'm calling you. But, Matty Wong, we'll see you at Lake Oahe in South Dakota.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks again for having me on. It's always a pleasure to be able to do these commentated and hanging out with you. It's always a pleasure, man. Seriously, I really, really appreciate you. And I appreciate all of you for tuning in and hanging out with us today. And stick around, because as this wind picks up this afternoon, we can watch absolute fireworks. So stay tuned. You never know what's going to happen.
Look at that leaderboard. You'll be able to follow the action all afternoon. Tommy Sanders, Davey Height, Such, and Ronnie Moore back in the studio going to be breaking it down. But as you see right there, history in the making. You don't need a lot of history in a body of water to make history, as Jay Shakir is proving here today. 102 pounds, 1 ounce, unofficially. Can anyone catch him, Matty Wong?
I don't think so. I mean, at this point, if anyone can, it could be Corey Johnson. So we'll see if he can pull things off today on Championship Sunday.
Still not getting my baggie.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Some of our favorite moments from 2022 to be sure right there, the Bassmaster Elite Series to date. And we are giving you an update right now on stop number 7. We had a couple of Century Club performances in those highlights right there, and take a look at one that just got rolled over not too long ago, Jay Shakir. First time ever, complete smallmouth, 20 fish, limit reaches 100 pounds. That is unbelievable, and he has done it today. He has not locked down his victory yet. But we got less than 2 hours for our 10 here on Championship Sunday to wrap it up, to do what they can to make something happen. We'll get you right back out on the water, and let's go to Chris Johnston, who's currently in 7th place. 95.10 is his total.
Not a horrible one, but I don't know if he's gonna help.
Jay's done a fantastic job all 4 days, especially this morning with the pressure on him. He has been great, but we certainly want to keep an eye on Chris and Corey Johnston, Stetson Blaylock, Chris Zaldane, a few people that it's not likely, but certainly possible. We've seen so many things that we thought were not likely this week. It wouldn't surprise me if someone else doesn't give it a hard charge here in the last 2 hours.
Still have the consolation 100-pound feet that
Yes.
they can,
Sure.
and I'm not saying consolation because
Well,
they can't
Biggie's
catch
gonna
Jay,
help.
but they would really, some of these guys would have to really catch over 30 pounds to catch Jay after his day.
Go right around you. We might call one. I don't think so. Come here, buddy. 4.25. Will not help. But a nice one. Let's see our smallest here. I don't think so, but
What did Chris say? It's not a horrible one when he saw it jump out there. I agree.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a horrible one all day.
No, I have not. Especially out of these two.
Mm. Oh boy.
Not as big as I thought.
It's got a 4.4 in the live well.
Nope. Oh. Only 4 pounds. I think he's gonna beam it. I think it's lower than what's on his scale, but he wants to check. It's probably one of those decimal close,
So close,
deals.
yeah.
Man, the day's been great today. We've caught 3 really big ones, 5-pounder, and we got to force something we got to get rid of. I mean, if we can do that, I'll be happy. But, you know, yesterday killed me, but it is what it is. I've got a curse on this lake in the Elite Series. At least one day something happens. It's catastrophic, and yesterday was the day. So, you know what? We did all we could today. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we covered a lot of water, and I mean, we caught some big ones. It's like I wanted to do. We still got a little bit of time here to get one more big one.
There is more time, but I'm
You can
sitting
feel
here
it.
asking myself, because there's two ways to look at it. Some people say catch everything you can all day, every day. And some people like to try to manage their fish. And I manage fish most events that I felt like I had a chance to manage fish. Number one, on most tournaments, you don't have the opportunity to manage. You just go fishing. But looking back, I wonder if Chris and Corey, they have so many spots, they manage, and you had to think, man, if we can average 23 to 25 a day, one of us will win this thing.
Well, yeah.
And it's, you know, the guys that didn't make the first cut, didn't make top 47, and catch 20 pounds a day, I might not win, but I'll be in good shape. I mean, I think everyone, including us, probably miscalculated this thing.
Not gonna help.
It's a big one here.
Yeah, he had 26.3 on day one, 24.5. He's in the mix yesterday, 21 pounds, 5 ounces. And I saw him at the weigh-in, and he looked a little dejected.
Yeah, he knew 21 is a shot in the knee.
This week you spit in the dirt at 21 because that's the average bag.
Yeah.
That has been the average bag this week for the guys.
But in your management plan, you don't calculate, well, that day I might have troubles that keep me from fishing an hour. You know what I'm saying? And throw me off rhythm. That's why we talked about it in our break, but to win a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament is so difficult. You only have so many chances. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, today he's got the biggest amount on Bass Track, 26.10.
Which has definitely got to be 27.
He's always low.
He'll be the biggest bag this week.
I guarantee you he's culled probably 2 20-pound stringers today and could only bring 21 to the scales yesterday.
And he started 5'4" back of Jay Shakir, so he needs, you know, with Shakir having 25, he needs 30 pounds and 8, 10 ounces at least.
No way.
Wow. I mean, chunk them back. Some slaunches.
There was a lot of fish right out here.
It's a bunch of money, though, moving from 8th to 2nd place.
True.
Well, like you said, Such, he's got the biggest limit so far on the Bass track today, and what a move. I mean, he started out in 8th place today. I guess he's going to be that guy.
Yeah, Corey Johnson definitely has to be our Mercury move of the day here on Championship Sunday. Just look at that. 5'8", 5'12", 6'0", 4'6", the smallest fish he's got right now unofficially. Gosh, you just have to think about yesterday. The 21-pound day, Ronnie, it's just, you can't hardly recover from that this year. Anyone with 21, it's just, they're doomed.
I don't know if they actually cash their checks here at the St. Lawrence River that aren't $100,000 checks. I feel like they're just angry at whatever amount of money they make that's not top money. But for Corey Johnson, when he's caught over 21 pounds on this body of water, probably this time of the year, almost every time he launches his boat. And so for something like that to happen yesterday, I honestly don't know what it is about day threes. There used to be a day 3 thing on the Tennessee River, but for up here, he has had something every day 3.
So the only time I remember, you look at all the numbers all the time. But the only time I remember him having less than 20 pounds was when he had the disastrous day when Zona was on the water there and around him, and he had trolling motor fall off.
penalty,
he had
yeah.
an engine.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
it was-
last year when Taku had 26, he lost by 2 pounds. He had 19.6, I think.
Was that Chris or Court?
Both of them had about 19.6, 19.5.
Okay.
Yeah, last year leaving the dock on the final day with the lead. It's been the weekend problems for Corey for sure. Now 4-6, it's not going in the well.
And he knows. He knows he's got to get rid of that 1 4-pounder to
Oh,
have
yeah.
any chance at all. People talk about knowing the score, not knowing the score. You could debate that either way, but you know, if you've been out there for 4 days of competition, you basically know what you have to have. Going into that final day, you've seen what people are bringing in each and every day.
For total fish numbers logged into Bass Track, so they've caught fish, like that one won't go into Bass Track, as we see Jay Shakir hooked up with one as well. That one won't go in Bass Track because it wasn't a cull. Just for the fish that have gone into Bass Track for Johnston, Blaylock, and Lehu, they're all at 9 fish for 41 pounds, 11 fish for 47, 11 for 48. They're catching a 4.5 average, and that's the ones that aren't even in the tally.
Yeah. Wow. First I thought this fish might help Jay, but I don't think so now. Got to be bigger than 4-4.
Want to give a props to Bob Downey. Started the day in second place.
Yeah.
He has been at the top. He has been in, honestly, I'm going to go back after this, find where he's been on the map. We've kind of seen little remnants of his location, but not footage, because that is the one area of the St. Lawrence River that we have not seen anything from. And so we wanted to give a mention to him. Falling down to 9th place, but he hasn't pinged since 10:20 this morning. He could have a limit, which would give us perfection for limits, but a great week for Bob Downey.
Yeah, unless he's done something different than he told me his plans to do. He's in Canadian waters.
Yeah,
but
for
we've
sure.
had some good luck
Tucked behind
in
an
some
island
areas.
and
Yes.
stuff, yeah.
We've had some good luck in
all,
some
actually.
Canadian waters, but
He's in that range where Fouts caught 27.15 on day one.
Goodness gracious, Stetson.
I don't even think he's gonna help at all. I don't think so. Oh no, he's a fat one. Dude, he might actually help. Huh? Yeah.
meanwhile, Corey Johnson's moving rods, which means
Yeah, tell.
He's actually a little better than I thought he was. Thick.
I say it does.
Yeah, it's not as thick as I thought. It's certainly got the length. It might help. Nope.
Wow.
It just wasn't, you know, that when you turned and you could see the belly.
Well, that one was much darker than some of the other ones.
Yeah. And they always look bigger.
The ability to shape shift.
The guys are getting bites. Clark Wendlandt just caught his first 2 4-pounders. He won't win this event, but he sure had a good term. He's jumped up into the classic mix.
Same with Downey.
43rd.
Same with Downey, yep.
I mean, it's big having a top 10. Downey's well within sight at 36, and Wendlandt's like 43rd.
10 or something like that.
So, talking to Clark yesterday, you know, he's usually kind of low balls a little, but he's not 3 or 4 pounds off like he was yesterday. And he basically told us, you know, hinted to us he had more than maybe what he said. He said he messed up.
He said he was going to update it though. That's the bad thing.
He did, but he never did.
Because he said updated it, but not to the full max.
That he had told his family said he always expecting to be 3 pounds light, like on day 2, and he was. So then he said he felt bad about trying to be closer because his family would be, you know, it's so, you know, you got to follow it down whichever rabbit hole you want to. But he tried to justify and told me basically to expect he's going to be at least 3 pounds light again today.
I think Patrick Walters said that too. His family's so used to him being 10 pounds low that he's always going to be 10 pounds low, you know, just to be sure.
Forget who's
even though now he's weighing them.
Yeah, exactly.
Patrick Walters, I noticed this week is weighing them.
That doesn't mean he enters the correct weight, though.
It's all love. We like to rag on
When you
that.
start into fudging, you don't remember where your last standard was.
Exactly.
It's amazing, man. I throw that drop shot, and they won't touch that.
Meanwhile, Ed Lawford's cashing $1,000 check after $1,000 check for being the most accurate on Bass Track.
Looking at the top 10 weights right now, Clark Wendlandt, Bob Downey are unofficially just barely below. But the last time we had an Elite Series event where the river and the lake were both in play for both Canada and New York, it was the first time we came here in 2013. We've always had a portion of the body of water off limits. That year, Brandon Polnick won with 88.12. We will have all 10 beat 88.12 today.
Wow.
And I will even say, if he didn't have a 2-pound penalty, he'd have 90 pounds, 12 ounces. We may see all 10 break 90.
Oh, I bet.
Downey probably has 5. He hasn't pinged in 3 hours.
I bet Downey's got 90. I bet Clark does too.
Ronnie, and I'm thinking of Corey Johnson, low fudges on 5 fish. He's over 100.
Well, with each passing minute, Jay Shakir gets a little closer and a little closer to doing something that's hard for anyone to do, much less a rookie, much less a guy who's never fished on this particular fishery before. Jay Shakir out in front. Good lead right now. Less than an hour's fishing time, much less than an hour's fishing time, more like half an hour for these anglers, and for a lot of them, they're already started. They're already making their way back. So we have had a fantastic tournament so far, and barring something unexpected, which can always happen, looks like Jay.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Oh, what a beautiful place. What a great summertime destination, and what a great bass fishing destination. One of the greatest weeks we have ever had on Bassmaster Live here on the St. Lawrence River. Jason, Ontario, Canada. Let's take a look at, man, the TH Marine Weather Watch, absolutely perfect. All week long, every day. Wind negligible. Sometimes just enough to make it good, make the fishing good for some of our anglers there. So I don't know if we'll ever top this week, Davey.
Tommy, I was about to say, I still cannot believe from the first morning, Thursday morning, until here it is Sunday afternoon, I've never seen it. I never dreamed that you could see this many just slick, calm days up there on that Thousand Islands, St. Lawrence area.
Take a look at our top 10 out there today. Doubtless some of them are either on their way or getting fixed up to go.
Yep. And keep in mind, that's the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Those anglers look like they're kind of fishing close to one another. They're spread out by 30 miles, 35 miles.
Zaldane right there from the mouth is about 30 to 35 miles from where he was. And so everyone else is going to be at least, 5 to 10 from the next person. And what's crazy is Jason Christie mentioning you can run this week full speed in the lake. Something he's never done before.
even when it looks slick like that, it's been blowing just recently, and you'll have those rollers that you can't really run. But it's been so calm for so long, you don't even have those rollers. Boys, acting like this one's the one he needs. I assume he just unhooked it, or
I think he did. I think he did.
I got to quit looking. Just don't look. Doesn't matter. I can't catch them. Could be 100 pounds in there. It wouldn't matter, you know. My motor just.
This is, Davey, I'll put a question to you. This is Greg Hackney's 5th top 10.
I was hoping because I had seen a couple.
Last
but
year.
Some of them I can't.
No wins though.
I don't know exactly.
How
they're nice
did you finally
ones.
get one later this year or next year?
Real black that I fished for out there swimming around. These are brown. They're kind of different.
I think he definitely will win one before the end of next year. I wouldn't.
There's certain anglers that dabble with enough top 10s. It's impossible not to get a win.
Shot just landed in there on one that looked pretty good.
Corey Smalls is a 4.6 on Bass Track.
He has caught like 100 fish today.
So, Ronnie, you talk to a lot of the anglers in the afternoons like I do. And have you talked to a number of them that are staying to fish? The last few years, a number of them stay around and fish for another 3 or 4 days, a week or so?
Some have, how do I phrase it? Some have mentioned, hey, I'm gonna tell my sponsors, I'm gonna do some R&D on their new baits that they're dropping because ICAST is happening next week.
Right.
So a lot of guys have to get out of here to get down to ICAST. So those who aren't maybe having the hall pass on, I'm gonna do some R&D on that bait. You wanna ship some up to me and I'll test them out for you?
Yeah. Is that how it works?
And what's crazy is, I was talking about this on the podcast with Kyle, Jesse, and Brandon Polinick before this event, explaining how in the summer down south, when it gets to July and August, it is the same conditions relatively where the fish will be positioned for the next 3 to 4 weeks. You know, if they're out on a ledge right now, they're going to be on ledges for the next 4 weeks. Whereas in the summertime up north, it is 1 week up here is 4 weeks down there. There's going to be a change. Next week you could come up and their fish are going to be out in 20 feet of water. You're going to come back in next month, they're out in 45 grouped up, and then they'll be back up in September. You know, it's absolutely unreal to see how quickly it's a brand new body of water.
There's Bob Downey.
Glad to get him on here.
Really,
Great tournament.
Really regret not being able to get more of him on the show today.
Yeah.
What a week he's had.
Look at that.
We will show we have a lot of post-tournament videos that go up on Bassmaster.com, and we will have as much Bob Downey as we can get. To kudos his big week because like Such
Couple out
said,
in front of your dock.
him and Clark have now jumped into the classic line.
I caught like a 4-pounder off this dock in practice. Today's been a major struggle.
That's what's been happening up in Canadian waters.
And he had some mechanical issues. You could tell there it was not in his boat. I believe that was Lee Livesey's boat, so he had to get some kind of reprieve. I don't know if he couldn't get to his area today or once he got there something broke.
So Bob told me, hopefully we were going to get him to talk about it a little bit, but it doesn't look like that. He'd been starting deeper than almost all the other anglers. 20 to 35 feet he had a drift. The only angler that I know that was starting out that deep, Shane Lehu 15 to 25, but he was starting 20, 25 feet deep. catching the fish on a drop shot and Ned rig. He had some shallow fish around where Fouts and the kind of that general area, that big flat. He caught some. Caught those on a swim bait, a 3-inch Largo shad, and a little 3/16 ounce Nico in there on the shallow fish. So had a little very shallow deal going, and then probably the best angler that fished over 20 feet deep for most of the tournament.
He won the river. If we're being honest, I think the other 9
Yes.
are in the lake.
He'll be on his home river for the last event of the year, Mississippi River. Well, I guess maybe the Mississippi or the St. Croix from Hudson, Wisconsin, so they're both right there.
Right. He got a second place finish down at the St. Johns River earlier this year.
That's right, yeah, great start.
And Shakir only lives 2 hours from La Crosse, Stevens Point. I'm sure he's fished it plenty. He goes for the Rookie of the Year title.
You had a Trevor Lowe statistic, or a trivia, about the biggest bass weighed in an open last fall.
Year's Open, yeah, here.
And Trevor Lowe had, I think he only had 3 or 4 each day, but they were like, he had like giants on one of the days. Trevor Lowe won the bracket right there in Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
Right, just I forget the name of the lake. Started with a D, I think.
It was Lake Dubay, and then it was
yeah.
the Portage Lakes, yeah.
I think he zeroed last year at the St. Lawrence.
We're going to Canada.
Lehu. Got to feel like it was a victory getting to the top 10 today. Yeah. Rough start to the tournament. It shows how much you can do in a place like this when it's fishing like it is.
Yeah, talking to Shane, that he one of those anglers like we were talking earlier, maybe the Johnson brothers, a lot of people. He knew it wasn't 18.6 or 18 and a half, whatever he had that first stand, 69. He knew it wasn't where he wanted to be, but he didn't think it was going to be 69th place.
Not at all.
He just regrets so much that kind of getting complacent and locking down in the air, thinking, well, I'll do a little better tomorrow. 18's not real bad.
I mean, you got to be tired. Oh my goodness.
Very difficult to lift one up on the very front of the boat. There you go, buddy.
You got a second wind.
Shakir has been really good landing them, getting them to come and thumbing them. He's been really good at getting them to open their mouth as they come right to him.
Sorry, I just...
A lot of experience on Sturgeon Bay.
He's got a couple of 412s, the smallest fishing a live well.
While you're doing that, talk about some of the key baits that you use this week.
The two key baits for me have been a flat nose minnow. It's a Berkeley Max scent bait and a max scent Little General on a Berkeley half head, and that's just kind of a Ned rig style bait. Those have been the two best baits for me by far, and I'm throwing them on Abu Garcia Fantasista X's and using a couple different spinning reels, a Revo X and a Revo MGX. So it's been a fun week for sure. It's time to pump to quit working.
$24.10. The way it stands right now, I think got a little bit of an upgrade out of that one right there. Just want to take the fin clips off another and release him. So what a great week for Shane Lehu and all these guys here. What a fishing trip. Oh, wow. Yeah, a chance to win the big prize. And right now, still Jay Shakir in the driver's seat on that one. We got some more fishing on the way. A little over an hour for most of our guys. Incredible smallmouth catching all week long here on the St. Lawrence. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Championship Sunday on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. This has been a most unusual and most outstanding tournament. Just incredible numbers we have been seeing all 4 days long. You see Jay Shakir, if you're just picking up with us here, just before noon today. He broke the 100-pound mark, marking the first time that a full smallmouth, 4 days of fishing, has achieved the Century Club mark. Hear it right there. But look at Corey Johnston. Look how close he is to that century mark right now. Very close. And that's on the basis of a fish that was caught just a few minutes ago. And we didn't have a chance to bring it to you during the break, but right now we will show you. It was a good one, obviously. You get Corey that much closer to that tremendous milestone.
Came in, he needed 28.3 for 100 pounds even.
Come on, buddy.
Wow. That is a stud.
Come on. Yes. Gotcha. Look at that. Oh, hook just fell in. Five and a half pounder.
How much?
5.5.
I don't think anybody should tell him he doesn't have a chance. This bass tournament is not over.
No, it's not.
Corey averaged 50 pounds, or had 50 pounds after 2 days, on pace for the century mark. He's trying to catch 30 pounds today to get his day 3 and day 4 to hit 50 pounds, because his 21 yesterday.
Freaking kidding me? Shaking.
You got this, buddy.
Over a pound call.
Put it in as 5.5.
Yep.
Never say never.
Time is it?
No, honestly, he's.
I wish I knew exactly what he was thinking right now.
Thank you for not
I can
fishing.
tell by his
appreciate
breathing
it,
he's
man.
thinking something big's
Oh.
happening.
He just had I guess a local angler or someone, he said, thank you for not fishing. He really appreciated it. So there are some spectators who maybe were fishing and have stopped to watch.
Wow.
Because I was just informed in 10 days they will have the Renegade Canadian Open event or whatever. Someone tweeted at us that this is basically their pre-fish for it, that they may not fish next week, but it's leading up to the event.
There's Corey, 99 pounds, 9 ounces on Bass Track. The biggest Bass Track 5 fish total we've had, 27.12. And that's probably a little underestimating it.
Yeah.
7 ounces would give him 100, but I'm sure he would love to win more.
I've never seen him come in with over what they
And think
said.
about this, guys.
Yeah.
If he has 27.12 on Bass Track, a pound and a quarter, if he's low by a pound and a quarter, all-time weight record for smallmouth, 29.1, could be in jeopardy. Chuck Economo, where you at?
Wow.
If you're not watching the weigh-in, you better be. And that's a 1998 record. That's a record that's stood
24 years.
Yeah. Nice quick math with that. I was going to say almost 30 because I knew it wasn't 20.
I'm old enough we did math in school back then, right?
Yeah, back in the old-timey stuff.
The Common Core.
Yeah.
Gary the yacht.
Lehu, Corey, and Blaylock have been absolutely going through numbers of giants today.
Be bigger than 412 to help him, and it looks like it will. Gosh, I mean, so his smallest fish is over 412.
Man, he is grinding.
You said, Ronnie, I mean, they are.
Well, to put it in perspective, the last day of the Open last year in September, yes, it's the fall, but it's the last day. Normally we see weights go down. We saw 3 27-pound bags last year on the final day of the Open to get first, second, and third.
I don't even know anymore what's going to help or what's not going to help. I'd say no on that one. Isn't that amazing? Where'd I put that scale at? In my pocket. No, definitely not. 4. What a fish, huh? This place is unreal. When you're throwing back 4s like they're like 2-pounders. That's how it is, man. Then you gotta leave.
Absolutely unreal is right, Paul Mueller. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I want to do one last fantasy hit with Rapala and trying to figure out how to really accentuate how good the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario has been this week. We've seen 100 pounds now unofficially, and we get to make that official with Dave Mercer at the weigh-in in just a little bit with Jay Shakir. But also now it's coming into question. Maybe 29-1, that record of 5-fish limit of all smallmouth is in jeopardy as well, set long time ago. And one thing when it comes to fantasy fishing that's in jeopardy is the biggest bag of the event. If Corey Johnston, which normally some of these guys, when you get above 23, 24, 25 pounds, there is some skew and you're maybe a pound or two low on your Bass Track weight. When he gets at 27-12 on Bass Track, the chances he is 3 ounces low is very, very possible, and he would have the biggest bag of the event, which would give him 40 bonus points to whoever has chosen him in Bucket A. And that is going to be, it sounds minimal when you get hundreds of points for performances in the top 10, but it is huge because Chris Johnston was Bucket A, his brother. He made the top 10 as well, and Brandon Polinick, the second highest owned angler in Bucket A, did not make the cut, finished 25th this week, missed the top 10 for basically the first time ever in his history. So Corey, the fact that he was the third highest angler chosen in Bucket A, he will probably surpass Jacob Fouts with the biggest bag of the tournament, and those 40 points will go a long way for the people who have chosen him. The only reason why I'm saying that, Tommy, is because we both picked him out of Bucket A. But in reality, we could see the top 5 biggest bags of the week. We could see at least half of these leave the leaderboard today. When it comes to Corey Johnson popping in here, Stetson Blaylock's been well over 25 all day long, and he's still culling. We see Paul Mueller, Jay Shakir, he's been a little quiet lately too. We could see no 26-pound bags on this top 5 biggest bag leaderboard. I don't know how else we can do it other than maybe one more 100-pound bag, 100 for the week, but what an incredible week, the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. It has been a fantastic tournament to start out our northern swing.
Fantastic, to say the least. So did you ever tally up between me and you? This is the first time I actually made my 5 picks. I thought we were going to do that on Sunday afternoon.
I already told you, you have to get the dust off your hands from picking such a chalk team. I mean, you went with all of the known commodities. I told you, I've got to do some experimenting to show some people.
So you're telling me you'd rather lose than pick the most favorite people?
I mean,
who are doing well here. Yeah.
You know, we can't win any prizes, so we're just trying to show some more names that could do well, you know.
And Ronnie, Chris Zaldain may have a larger bag than his 24.
Oh, that's right.
13.
I forgot to mention him as well.
He could have
that's helping
27 again.
Drain the lake out majorly as well. And I will say that's the strategy involved with Drain the Lake. We went to Lake Fork, where Chris Zaldain lives closest to now, has learned a lot from Lee Livesey there, has thrown big swim baits there. People expect a top 10 out of him there. He did not get a top 10. Goes to Pickwick, gets a top 10. If someone saved him and used him there for Drain the Lake, you're going to gain a lot of points by using him there. I didn't use him at either. I used him for the St. Lawrence River, and he's having such a great final day that ends up, he could be a top 5 here. And that's what you want, is when you use your guy, that they have their best finish of the year.
Yeah.
Corey's younger brother Chris had a birthday on Wednesday. Man, guess whose birthday it is today?
J.O.
James Overstreet.
That's such a good impression. Tommy even knew.
What's that?
I said his impression was so good we knew.
Oh yeah, it is.
We knew it was
like
J.O.
I thought he'd walked in for a surprise party or something.
Happy birthday, J.O.
Yeah.
Move it up here quick.
Here's old Bob Downey.
always super disappointed when, you know, you get to a giant place like this with a lot of remote areas and we cannot get the coverage we want. We always want perfect coverage, and it's very rarely absolutely perfect. And Bob Downey, I wish we had more of him today, and also yesterday as well. Take a look at some of those catches.
And these are from yesterday. Yesterday, when they came off the water at the weigh-in, cameraman were able to feed them to our truck because he was out of service all day long. We get to see what Bob Downey did in another great performance this week, his second top 10 of the year.
I mentioned earlier, but those who are watching it didn't hear me talking about his day yesterday and what he planned to do today that we weren't able to see much of. The big thing to me is he was fishing a lot deeper than any other anglers in the top 10 that I know of, fishing, 20 to about 30, 35 feet in the river itself. And you mentioned it earlier too, Ronnie, that he probably won if we had a just river-only category. He's fishing up on some flat, shallow, but a lot of his key fish were out there in about 30 feet.
I've never seen so many smallmouth follow my bait. And I caught a couple, and now I think I saw 2.
He's overcame some big-time adversity as well this week, and today, specifically equipment-wise, just sometimes that happens after 7 days of beating on the Great Lakes. But Tommy, he comes from a 2020 Central Opens group of anglers. That was the class of 2020, so they're absolutely incredible. The 5 qualifiers, before we have changed the format up for the last few years, those 5 anglers that qualified from the Centrals. John Cox, we know his resume very well, been Angler of the Year leader for part of this season. Bob Downey, he won some Opens and did very well in the points race there to qualify. And then Wes Logan, Taku Ito, and Caleb Kufal, all winners on the Elite Series in their first 2 seasons. And so the fact that Bob Downey and John Cox are 2 of those guys who hadn't, and they've won in the Opens, is incredible.
Opens are hard.
Yes. Very. Twice the field size, a lot of pros as well.
They present a big, big mountain to climb for anyone who wants to exceed among those really ardent anglers in the open system. Oh, we're going to come out blazing.
Oh, just start the music. I don't think that's a charter boat either. That's the Power Pole Replay of the Day music. And, I've been here in studio for the entire week, and I jumped the gun a little bit earlier in the week. Brandon Polnick put a 6-pounder in the boat, I think day 2, first thing in the morning. Well, that was not the Power Pole Replay of the week or of the year, but this really might be. It's going to be my vote for Power Pole Replay of the year. Jason Currick with a 6-pounder on Championship Sunday. Potentially his first victory, breaking the all-time 5-fish limit of smallmouth. You could just keep on the youngest angler to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. Jason Currick, Power Pole Replay of the Day, of the week, and my vote so far for the year.
For the year. All right.
There we go.
Mark that one down.
Don't even have to fish the last 2 events. We know it.
Hey, when you break, potentially, if it all happens,
History.
3 or 4 records of all-time Bassmaster history.
If he gets him back to the scales, he'll be the 37th angler and the 53rd time a Century Club has been. First time smallmouth, 9th different fishery.
Wow.
And what's cool is he's not breaking records this week. He's making records this week because there's never been 100 for that. Yes, the age one's breaking, but I was thinking about that. There's no history to break here. There's only history to make, which is super cool. You very rarely in a sport over 50 years can you make history that's never been done before.
Like I mentioned earlier, don't tell the Johnson brothers all this has already happened and it's over and the Jays made history. They still got fishing time left.
It's not a horrible one, but it's gonna have to be a real big one.
won't help Chris Johnson. Chris still in 7th place with 24 pounds even on the day.
I'd have to imagine Zaldain's running back in 30-plus miles away with 40 minutes left until check-in. Even if it's slick calm, I mean, he has to have been already running, right?
Or at least, yeah. I mean, it depends on if it's 30 or 38. You know, if it's 30, then he might just be leaving.
Of the river
yes,
as well.
True.
So
which is another.
I forget what the distance is.
12 minutes or so.
Clayton to Clayton to the mouth.
Yeah, he's definitely ready.
He's heading to Cape Vincent. He's halfway there from where he was.
Yeah. Okay, so he probably will make a few casts before we'll get a finalized update from him.
Notice Chris Johnston there in that last shot, fishing extremely shallow still, and we've seen Corey and Chris every time we've been here at least catch some of their fish up really shallow, but it's surprising to me they're still up that shallow this afternoon. Can't complain with what Corey has done today, but it looks like the anglers that are fishing just a little deeper, like Jay, Shane Lehu, I mean, that's yesterday and today, that's where really some bigger fish have moved out there to those guys. And for Jay, every day, I mean, because I think it looks like he's caught a 6+ every single day. Or the one day, maybe not quite, but maybe so. But
no one can correct you and say you're wrong.
Because he said it was a high 5 or 6. So,
yeah.
And he's caught 3 that he's put on the scales that weighed definitely over 6. So
it's very rare that you can catch 26-13 and not have a 6.
Right.
But just got word from Trait, Chris's wife, says it was about an hour one way for him each day if he went the farthest away that he was, you know.
It all, you know. Yeah. You see a lot of different water clarities throughout Lake Ontario and the river itself, depending on the vegetation that may be around, but when you get up shallow, you see that sandy bottom and gives it that green hue.
Man, that is quite the poker run for Jay Shakir. 26-13, 25-8, 24-12, 25 today, probably a little bit more. That's 4 aces. I mean, he picked up 4 aces.
There you go. We talk about his new milestone that he set, though, but we should repeat again. We've achieved, we've revisited an old milestone from more than a decade ago, right? Just today, right?
So in 2007, Derek Rimitz won the first event of the season at Lake Amistad, his rookie year. He's 24 years old, set the mark for, I don't know what it was previous to that, set the mark as the youngest elite winner in history, which obviously was only, you know, like very short history compared to that.
Second year.
Yeah, and then later that year, Casey Ashley at Smith Mountain Lake won, and he was 23 years old and 4 months and 9 days or something like that. We've had a couple other winners that are within that range. Patrick Walters in 2020 was 26 years old. That's the 4th youngest ever. Today, Jay Shakir is 23 years old and 26 days and would be the youngest elite winner ever.
And only 26 days into 23 years.
Yeah, he just turned 23 June 21st.
Lake Oahe. Yeah. Or no.
So that really sets a mark that, you know, it's almost like the Stanley Mitchell Classic win. That sets a mark that it'll be tough for someone to beat just
a day, and then I go to
23 and 26 days.
That's where I'm going.
Then the number of 100-pound winners in a season, 2006 was Amistad and Santee. 7 was Amistad and Clear Lake. This year, Santee, Fork, and now St. Lawrence. 3. We've never had 3.
Look at that one.
Well, the milestone I was talking about actually was yet another one.
He wasn't very big, but
more than a decade old, as I understand it. Universal limits.
Oh, that's right.
All through the field.
Yeah.
All
joining Pickwick. Yes, I'm sorry.
From 2010. Right?
2010.
2010. Yeah. fun to watch history.
They come hard on
written
it.
and
You know what I
rewritten.
mean? Like
It's
that
crazy,
other
'cause
one,
I
I'd
thought that
catch them
final day
maybe
was
10
short.
foot behind that black one, just
On
easing
Pickwick, where
along.
they had storms coming. Was that 2010? Kevin Short won.
I mean, this one, they because they're having to keep up. I'm reeling it pretty fast too, so they're having to keep up with it. But
It's a really good odds, and Shea Baker just messaged me this as well and said, will we chat about whatever smallmouth 100-pound record that is set today, 102, 103, whatever it ends up being, could we see that broken at Oahe? And that's something we maybe broached that topic during commercials and yesterday a little bit on the show, but the pre-fish, that's I think Jay said he's gonna go fish Oahe for a day before flying to ICAST. In the pre-fish time last year, the same week or two that we're going to have it, 1 year before, a lot of anglers saw 25-pound bags and really think that 100 was doable that time of the year.
I think Tommy nailed it. We talked about something yesterday. That'll depend on the weather, very much like here.
I would think so, yeah.
That's one place that north to south devastation of wind.
The potential's there. The fish are, the quality's there, but you know, if we get 4 days like this, it'll probably happen, from all I've heard.
They had a big time wind event there last time that the elites were there. Luckily, it happened middle of the night.
Got to be starving.
Pretty much destroyed the expo.
They don't
They had to rebuild the whole thing.
at one time on that wacky rig Ocho, I thought that big one was interested, but.
And Tommy, that's the 4th biggest reservoir in the United States, Oahe. And none of the other biggest reservoirs, I think, are smallmouth places. I could be wrong, but I think that...
What are the other?
I'm not sure what the other 3 are, but I assume Okeechobee has to probably be close. Okeechobee's got to probably be close. The others, the only big smallmouth places we've been to are Great Lakes places, which are not reservoirs, they're natural lakes.
It was a year ago today, I think, well, maybe July 16th, the South Dakota State smallmouth record was caught on Oahe, 747.
Wow.
It's good news for that event coming up next.
Well, the St. Lawrence and Ontario have performed beyond anyone's expectations, but our Marathon Peak performance is about a single angler, and I think we're pretty much unanimous, at least at this point, on who that angler is.
I would say definitely the Marathon Peak performance. I mean, I can't even, you look at those numbers and it's like, wow. 26-13 day 1, 25-8, 24-12, 25 even today, and I'm saying he might have a little more than that. 4-day total of 102 pounds, 1 ounce unofficially. Jay, Brett, you are Marathon Peak performance. What a tournament, what a day, what a week.
What a rookie.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Less than a half hour to go to weigh-in time. Weigh-in happens right here on Bassmaster.com. 3 sharp Eastern time. Our 10 anglers putting the finishing touches on their day. Some of them hoping for a little bit more success. I guess all of them hoping for a little bit more success before they have to put it on the rack and do the weigh-in. And Shakir, having broken the century mark for smallmouth, first ever to do that, still on top of our leaderboard with the margin ahead of Corey Johnston, one of the favorites for sure coming in here. Paul Mueller. Great tournament for Paul.
Looking at that leaderboard there unofficially, we talked about what it'd feel like to catch 40 pounds and not make the first cut. How did it feel to catch 95 pounds and not crack the top 5?
Oh my gosh. The Hummingbird bird's eye view has been out of control this week. It's been so good. We have seen so much just because, again, these remarkable, atypical conditions we have had all week long.
Yeah, this is my first time this year in studio with you guys, so I don't get to see nearly as much as this you. But I have never seen the Hummingbird bird's eye view anywhere near this. You'd see the fish they are biting. You see, exactly. You'd see the boat shadow. The reason a lot of these smallmouth follow the boats, and then oftentimes you'd see a group of fish following the fish as coming to the boat, just absolutely incredible. Great stuff. Takes a lot more work than, because I am on that end a lot. It takes a lot to bring those pictures to you. And
Oh, absolutely.
Appreciate all the hard work.
I think we set records this week as well for Wes Mueller riding in style. He's never ridden in style as much as he has this week to get those awesome drone shots for us. But
let's get back out to Jay Shakir, our leader, our century man. Maybe not the only one for this tournament.
I think we'll see more than one.
I do too.
I really do.
Believe you there.
It's going to be
I'm with you.
A treat.
Oh,
no doubt.
Weigh in.
Clayton may have a banner in their thing. The first body of water,
Yeah,
100
pretty
pounds.
much been
or
thinking
something.
about it now for the last 2 hours. I don't know. I think it'll all set in when I see all the people at the weigh-in, and yeah, that's when it'll definitely set in. When you're out here on the water by yourself, it's pretty relaxed, and it's just another day of fishing, really. I mean, I feel like I'm in a team tournament at home, except I just don't have my team partner Dylan with me. So yeah, we're gonna head around back in and see where we fall.
So it's really amazing. Fortunately, I was I was older than him, but it was my first full year on the Bassmaster tournament.
When you
trail.
got your first, yeah.
My first Bassmaster victory, and it's hard to describe. Him talking about seeing the fans and seeing the people, I was thinking the same thing. When my wife, and at that time just one son, my oldest son now, Parker, I knew she would be there at the weigh-in with him.
Full moon this week, kind of positioned.
You think about all those things, your friends, your family, your supporters, mean so much.
Where I found them, and they're just a little bit shallower than when we were here the last time.
Wow, speaking of fans, certainly.
Are you gonna be at the weigh-in? Are you just gonna drive over there to pick up your? Oh, they did. Okay. Okay.
Well, I remember a couple other rookies when they're going in on their first victories. Brian New was very interesting to hear him talking about not having enough fish. And Dustin Connell had a very interesting soliloquy as he was going in.
I just want one of the spectators to be like, Corey's got 32. Like we've seen this.
That happened to Christie at the Classic, remember that?
Yes, that's the reference. That's the reference.
But it's great, and it's I get chills seeing anyone win their first major Bassmaster tournament because it's special, and you dream your whole life for that opportunity, and when you see it happening, you just kind of know the emotions that are going through their head, their minds, and
a 23-year-old to boot.
Yeah. And I said he might not realize the magnitude of what he's done this week yet, but he has somewhat. It'll sink in a little more
I haven't seen
a few days from now, but he knows.
Seen that fish with my jerkbait in his mouth.
I'll honestly say, okay, so young anglers, like I'll even put myself in that bucket back when I fished in college. Like you don't expect us to maybe know because we're more naive. We're so green or so new that you don't appreciate it or understand it. But I think a lot of these younger anglers who qualify so quickly have dreamed about this so long that that's been their main goal for 5, 6, 7 years, even though it's taken them 1 or 2 years to qualify, that they've dreamed about that crowd and that moment, and now they're in it, and it's kind of surreal, and they're quiet about it, but they're about to explode on the inside. Like, it's definitely a respect factor. Like, this is amazing that I'm here on this platform with this opportunity that I've dreamed for for half my life. You know, which is only 10 years, but that's still, you know.
So I agree with you 100%. What I was really referring to that you realize as you get older and later in life, because at 23 you think you're going to live 1,000 more years and you're going to win 100 more tournaments. When you get a little older, you realize, man, I wish I'd appreciate it a little bit more because life goes by so quickly. And you never know. I don't care if you're 23, you never know when your last victory will be.
Yes, I
mean,
remember
people
you talking
have
about
accidents, I mean, there's things that happen. You just, and that's the part that as you get a little older and a little later after today happens, if it does happen for him, that's kind of what I'm talking about, the back end of it, how you really understand, wow, how blessed was I for that to happen. He's going to be emotional. His whole family's going to be there. It's going to be the greatest fishing week of his life, no doubt.
Word is that they left yesterday afternoon from Wisconsin, and they stopped in Illinois last night and kept driving. They should be here four-way in today. His family, his title sponsor drove. Very cool.
I think.
So is his title sponsor Mark Zona Signature Rod? If he breaks a record on...
I love, though, that it's fitting that he might have caught every bass for a 100-pound smallmouth event on a Z-Train Signature Series
rod. I think he did.
And that Z's not here, too.
Yeah, that he's on vacation this weekend. Oh, thank you. Can we put that in the stats?
That's only a 14-and-a-half-hour drive.
That's all I saw on his deck was Lou's Mark Zona signature rods, but that is so perfect, Ronnie.
I said the only thing that would top it off if his last 6-pounder came on a tube for just some random reason. That would be the one to rub it in.
Just for sentimental reasons, yeah.
Or if his last stop was out on that magic rock that we talked about, Tommy.
That's right.
Boy, what a tournament for Shane Lehu, other than if he could take away day one, 69th place. But you got to feel, you know, he's disappointed that his first day was slow, but then also he's got to be pretty dang happy to save his tournament and save a lot of points.
Huge points week for him.
He was down there where you miss out on Bassmaster Classics if you have many of those, where he was sitting the first day.
Lehu's up to 26th in AOI roughly based on the Bass Track, the Bass Track knowledge, so yeah.
Popped 60 points off of that is what you would have had he stayed where he was after day one, so a great comeback for Shane Lehu.
And after 4 events of the season, so 2 Florida events, Santee and Chickamauga, Shane Lehu was 69th in Angler of the Year. But because of Fork, Pickwick, St. Lawrence, he is now 26th.
He was 4th place, 5th place at Fork, I believe.
I think it was 4th, and I think he broke 100 there. And it's not back-to-back events, but I probably won't get 100. But if he was to get 100, I don't know how many people have got 100 twice in the same year.
That's phenomenal.
There ain't many.
No.
No.
I think all the Century belts have been silver. You know, it's a black belt with silver, insignia all over it. I think this one's got to be gold, just for smallmouth.
Bronze.
Maybe we can get a little bit of bronze.
Bronze, perfect.
Yeah,
Bronze.
there you go.
So, Jay,
He's in the no wake. Prince Creek.
First time here, I'd say I'm definitely coming back. For fun or tournament or whatever, even though it's 15 hours from my house. This is probably the best fishery I've been on by far in my entire life. Hands down.
I guess maybe you've always heard about it.
Yeah, I've always heard about it, but I'm too young to, I didn't have the money to drive over here just for fun or whatever. But had the chance this year, and yeah, this place is wild. It was good to me.
As tournament anglers, you want to use every minute, but I've noticed this week, and I was not ever one to really come in early, but when you've got 25 pounds, especially on the final day, don't do anything that you regret for the rest of your life trying to catch 25 and a half pounds.
Nothing would erase that from your memory if you were to somehow
Just ease on in there and let the cards fall where they may. There he is, officially checked in.
I want to also say thank you, and it's not doing lip service, but to the hosts, to the Waddington, to the Claytons, to anybody who invited us up to the Elite Series up here way back in 2013 and exposed what it was, the fact that you have a fishery that we come back to every single year. Every town that lines, the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario has probably played a factor in getting the Elite Series here year after year, and to be able to see it, it's kind of an ode to them as well. That's why I said there's probably going to be a banner over Clayton. This is Welcome to Clayton, New York, home of a lot of things, but also 100 pounds of smallmouth in 4 days.
The official host here, Jefferson County and the Thousand Island Chamber of Commerce, man, hats off.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, great job. What great region of the country.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, when I heard the weigh-ins were going to be right there at the museum, because I know how big that is for a small area, I thought that, but everything has gone really well.
Yeah.
The people are great there in the Clayton.
How long did it take you?
You don't want to know.
Seriously?
Yeah. We left at 7:30 last night. There you go, buddy.
Thanks.
Buddy, man.
Holy shit.
I don't know, maybe we should have seen it coming with Jay Shakir. To started out with making a cut, 33rd place at Pulaski, then 14th place at the Harris Chain. Wow. The rookie back-to-back cuts, and back that up with a 24th at Santee Cooper. That's a strong start to a career.
Me and your dad, I drove, your dad stayed up.
Especially for someone from Wisconsin. Those are very different waters than he's accustomed to fishing.
Listen to me snore. And then I drove at the very end.
He was going like this.
Oh my God. Well, because then Aaron texted me, he's like, yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. And I was like, and then my mom was pissed. I'm gonna grab some ropes.
What a day he'll never forget. A tournament I don't think any of us will ever forget. Just incredible. One of the greatest performances by a fishery and 90 anglers that I think maybe I've ever seen. Jay Shakir on top. He's done for today. There's his unofficial weight, landing at 102 pounds and 1 ounce. Corey Johnston, we think he may have 100 pounds. We're unofficial here. Paul Mueller, Blaylock, Zaldane, all the rest of them. What a great group of 10 for Championship Sunday.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Well, it's not officially over yet, but as they say out on the range, we can smell the barn from here. We're trotting a little faster now as we get closer and closer to the weigh-in time, to weigh in again. We remind you, right following the end of our broadcast here, our Bassmaster Live broadcast, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, straight up. Dave Mercer's going to fire it up. Good crowd looks like it's gathering around, and obviously everyone here to show appreciation. What a great place. What a great tournament this has been. What great anglers. And what a great job they've done showing out all week long.
Absolutely, and keep in mind, we've been more than 2 pounds off on bass trap before. I don't know so much that we are now, but it's not over until those fish are on the scales.
That's right. Never is. It never is.
So you're saying Corey is going to win? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I guarantee you Corey's got more than what we think he's got.
Yeah,
what we're
exactly.
showing he's got.
That's
How about
right.
that?
So does Jay.
I think Chuck Economo needs to start sweating, I'm telling you.
Yes.
They have not torn that check out of the book yet, for a reason.
That's exactly right.
Clark Winlet also wrapping up his day.
Not the day I won. It's been a great tournament, though. I mean, literally, Chamber of Commerce weather. I mean, I can't even imagine that you could have better weather. Usually you lose a day on the lake because of the wind, and we just didn't do that here. So, you know, it was I feel like I had a good tournament. I didn't have the day I wanted, but I love this place. St. Lawrence River. It's about my favorite fishery.
Clark's one of those that will probably vote to stay on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario rather than go to ICAST for a few days this week.
As Jay walks the dock.
Thank you.
Golly, that's
Thank you.
a moment.
A lot of fun to watch, man. Awesome.
Very cool.
Jay, how do you like upstate New York?
Love it.
Love it?
Come back every day of the week.
There's Patty, Clark's
About
wife.
20. All together? Not a clue, to be honest with you. Somewhere over 100.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Oh, that's what you
Oh, you better
get up
fix
early in the
that.
morning for. I say that a lot. It's easy to get up this week when you're leading the tournament like he has the last few days, but on the bad days
Thank you.
think about, hopefully there'll be a day like this.
That's the carrot that's dangled in front of you there, and he's getting to indulge in a big way. What a big day for Jay Shakir.
Last
Big
question.
week for everybody, and it all wraps up starting, as we say, here in just a moment or two, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, Bassmaster.com, right here. You're already here. You've got your seat. Jay Shakir will be on the hot seat, as Davey says. It's never over until it is done, until the last fish hits the scales. But that will happen in a pretty quick fashion once everything gets started. Live coverage all week long. We have taken such joy in what we were confronted with on day number 1. It was like a dream come true. It's like, no way this can last for 4 days, but so it did.
I appreciate being here with you guys this week, but I mean, what a tournament. If you care anything about bass fishing, tournament bass fishing, this had to be one of the most special bass lives ever.
We said it in the live well, Tommy. We've been here 8 years, but every year something's a little different. And man, we got the good. We didn't get the perfect storm. There was no storm. It was perfect conditions, calm, cool, and amazing smallmouth.
Absolutely perfect. But right, too, when we predicted it would take 20 pounds to make the top 10 for everyone, and much, much more, as it turns out. As it turns out, we thank you for being with us all week long. We'll see you next time. The weigh-in is coming up next.
Under 5.5.